defining and limiting citizenship has been a tool of nation building along the lines of territorial claims of ethnic and religious identities in South Asia, and this has had far reaching consequences for Indian minorities and for immigrants and refugees in India. On the other hand, economic hardships, along with conflicts and discrimination, have pressured more minorities into stress migration. While at the same time, cultural and economic fallouts of globalization have also intensified the calls to separate citizenship from ethnic and religious identities. Giving equal citizenship rights to minorities and providing them special protections and not just voting rights or holding elections ought to be considered one of the most important measures of democracy in a state. Narrowing of the legal criteria defining who can be a citizen also has grave consequences for formal equality before law. In India, even when the rules for application of the recently amended Citizenship Act in 2019 have still to be framed and the law remains in abeyance, but we are seeing that it has already had substantive impact on the experience of civic rights of minorities, especially Muslims. We know from this experience that formal equality upholds the rule of law, that is, it offers some protection from discrimination and arbitrary treatment. And two, it is the very essence of national stability and prosperity because without equality, difference inevitably leads to hierarchy and disunity. The manner in which states determine the membership, who gets included and on what terms, has been understood as a matter of sovereign discretion, and international law has remained largely silent on the matter. With the issue of refugees and immigrants gaining importance globally, but definitely in the region, but simultaneously it has also become more and more contentious. Perhaps we now need to take cognizance that more conversations about responses to the problem of nationality and citizenship in international law are needed. This is admittedly, an extremely difficult conversations to be had when the very topic is a conversation stopper everywhere, including in the UN Declaration on Minorities. Um, Now, in the second half of my intervention, I want to say a few things about state actors' accountability in the Indian situation, where formal equality has been quite robust so far, even as substantively it was far from adequate to protect minorities from disadvantage, discrimination, and violence. Apart from the subtle forms of discrimination in public and private institutions, anti Muslim violence across India has been alarmingly periodic since partition. Muslim businesses and livelihoods have been targeted, affecting the community's economic standing decade after decade. This has only intensified recently. I further wish to highlight that hate speech is not just about cultural symbols, but also include clear calls to economic boycott of Muslims, mass exhortation to rape and to kill by non-state actors, seemingly with impunity from law enforcement agencies. Persons who are known for spewing vitriolic hate speech regularly are also known for damaging or appropriating Muslims' properties. Police personnel have not only committed excesses like extrajudicial killings, illegal custody, custodial torture, framing in false cases, etc., but have also participated in rioting and shielding the majoritarian vigilante. At the same time, they use disproportionate, excessive, and fatal force on peaceful protesters when they are Muslims. Scores of Muslim activists, human rights defenders, or common protesters are imprisoned, framed in flimsy charges. Many are additionally accused of acts which are not even illegal, such as calling for a protest or keeping certain books or literature. Police have also now begun to deliver instant punishment in India on Muslims by extracting fines and sealing commercial properties for protesting violence when violence is in fact inflicted upon them. Very recently, municipal officials have taken to swift demolition of houses of Muslims, inventing irregularities as in the recent case of student activist Afreen Fatima. Government ministers and official spokespersons legitimize this through their statements on media, and their troll armies on social media amplify this. Judiciary, for its part, has been extremely reluctant or devastatingly slow to take cognizance of all this, and simple application of existing law in cases involving Muslims is found difficult. What strikes hard is that the means of redressal are almost non-existent and leaves minorities frustrated in their unceasing struggle for dignity and safety and what is seemingly a lost pursuit of justice. India has numerous accountability institutions which can hold the executive and bureaucracy to certain standard of integrity, at least in theory. In practice, these institutions either have little autonomy to actually do this, or if they exercise autonomy, they have little teeth to make an impact. These institutions, such as the National and State Human Rights Commission, Women's Commission, and Minorities Commission, have become the next halt for favored retired judges who oblige the government by not holding its official and law enforcement agencies accountable for treatment of minorities. Consequently, serving judges who seek post retirement appointments start aligning with states' interest while they are in service and deliver or not deliver what goes for justice as per the convenience of the ruling party. UN systems and processes already envisage deep engagement with the rights institutions among these. We may consider engaging with a wider variety of these accountability institutions and setting the standards for what kind of institutions and processes are further needed for specific protection of minorities in the region. Periodic reviews or processes that allow for regional dialogue or audit of these integrity institutions with, again, specific reference to minority protection must be initiated and used to lead advocacy of higher standards and framing clear guidelines for minorities protection in each of these. Within this, state and non-state media regulatory institutions must occupy an important place too, for the recent experience shows that for minorities, taking on media for hate speech and incendiary campaigns is virtually impossible given the assertion of an absolute freedom of expression as protection for hate speech. And given the global concern around conclusive evidence that some tech mediated social media as well as corporate media houses have abetted violence and ethnic cleansing in the region. United Nations Declaration on Minorities mandate on exchanging information and experiences in order to promote mutual understanding and confidence is at stake here. With this, I stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kasala, for sticking to your 10 minutes. I think two issues that you brought up are actually quite serious. Of course, the first one is about what I call exclusive citizenship, especially when it comes to Muslim minorities in India. It so happened that I got one of my PhD student from India, and who is actually working on this particular issue. The second one is about the issue of accountability, which again, what I heard from you is quite serious, especially when it comes to integrity of judiciary institutions. So they are facing some challenges. I would like to thank you for some concrete recommendations that you made in the end. Which include, for example, setting standards for access, periodic review of the process, especially judiciary process, or clear guidelines for minority protections and participation of different stakeholders in the process, including the media. I think all these recommendations are important, and I think the um, organizers are also taking note of them. Thank you, Kasala. Our next speaker, Farida. So, Farida, you have the floor, and you have 10 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sipapa, and good afternoon, everyone. May I share my slide? Oh, sorry.
And I wonder if the host can allow Farida to share her slide, please.
Can you see? Oh,
Okay, Farida, if you
oh,
end your presentation, if you click the
okay.
present button
Yes,
and then click the button that says Windows or Window,
Windows. Yes.
you should then be able just to select the PowerPoint presentation from there as we did
Oh,
previously.
the window is the only broadcast. Broadcaster is the a Chrome. A Chrome.
Yours
It's,
is
Farida,
green, Farida.
yeah, Farida, have you sent your slide to the
try again. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay,
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
okay. Uh, Sorry, apologize for my technical problems. Right now, I would like to speak about the conflict, peace, and minority in the deep south of Thailand. May I introduce you to the southern regions of Thailand, where is the conflict-prone regions. The region is includes the province of Pattani, Yala, and Narathiwat, and also four districts in Songkhla province. The populations in our hometowns are mainly Muslim and Malay speaking. The second is the Buddhist and also the Chinese. We live in the multicultural society. But
um, Farida? Are you explaining your slide because I don't see slide
oh,
moving.
yes, yes, explaining. Can you see my slide?
I see the slide, but it's not moving.
Oh,
It
okay. In the
it
page,
stay
in the
on the
page,
first page.
in introduction.
Okay.
Okay. So I hope you are seeing our introduction page.
I
Uh,
know on my screen it's still first page, which
oh,
is the title.
okay.
Okay, good.
Okay.
We can see it now.
Okay. I reduced to this version. In our conflict areas, start from 2004 in January. So right now we have like 19 years of the violence conflict. It starts from the Narathiwat province on the robberies, weapons situations. However, the conflicts we have uh, more than 10 years conflict is about political conflicts between Thai government and insurgency group, which is want to have a separate the land from this region. But right now, the peace dialogue is still going on. On February 2013, there was a first peace dialogue process held in Kuala Lumpur between Thai government and Barisan Revolusi Nationals or BRN, which is the influential groups based in southern Thailand. So this is my introduction to our conflict program in southern Thailand. This is one of our research on the incidents in southern Thailand. This is the May result this year. You see that we have the incident totally almost 21,000 cases. We have a death toll about 7,000 and injured 13,000 from 18 years to now, May 2022. And we segregate the data, which are the type of the incidents, cause of the incident, and religions of victims. You see that the cause of incident that we collect information mostly from the separatisms. Uh, the type of incidents, yes, is shootings and bombing and searching, uh, the operations. And the religions of victim, as I say, this region is a major uh, this is a Muslim minority. And yes, the Muslim impact or effect from the violence, which is I have to say that um, is a part a good a part of the conflict. So I would like to show the incidents that occurred from 18 years ago, and right now is kind of decreasing, but is rising again around early allow the 2 or 3 years ago, and is decreasing again in May because of maybe the result of the peace dialogue. It's called is Ramadan Initiative in 2022 or this year. However, from the violence conflict, there's also many issues that we want to highlight. That is the result from the conflict. The key point is first one is human rights violations, and second is social and cultural dimensions. The third one about the women's issues in southern Thailand. The violence, yes, it come from both sides, from insurgency and the Thai government, but many reports still state that violence against Malay Muslim is still existing. They are facing counter-insurgency operations by martial law and emergency law, including condoned search arrests that disproportionately affect to the Malay Muslim, including military checkpoint and the house searchings. And also, the data show that there was DNA collection from the Malay communities, also military conscriptions without consent form. And a big issue is about the torture and enforced disappearance, which always happened in southern Thailand, but it remains investigated, and no perpetrator have been brought to the justice. So right now, there's pushing the bills in the parliamentary on the tortures and enforced disappearance, and right now they are in the process, and hopefully if this success, it will be impact to all over country of the Thailand to decrease the torture and enforce disappearance. And about the social and cultural dimensions, women in conflict area, especially in southern Thailand, are are still impact from the violence, the direct violence, and also the indirect violence. Women in domestic violence, they are dominant by the conservative community, which might be the obstacle for them to live their life or participate in public activities. Also, more issues about the women in local community, uh, such as the women disabilities in local community that are neglected uh, when they are perpetrated by the people in the communities. This is the issues of intersectional discrimination also, and also many groups that I think are the minority in the issue of intersectional discrimination, such as the LGBT, such as the Chinese and Buddhists in some Muslim community. That's it, social and cultural dimension that I want to present. And the third issues I want to highlight that women is a key player in peace process. We see a lot of women is very active in peace building issues. To empower the women to peace and security is very important for safeguard human rights of women and enhance access of self-development and fulfill their dignity and free form of the violence. This is, I think, the key issue that I want to highlight. Women for pushing women for peace and security to free from form of the violence. Some recommendation I want to further speak about peace and security of women in southern Thailand.
Uh,
Uh,
Farida, sorry, you have only a few more minutes. Thank you.
Okay, last month we organized the workshop with the religious leaders. So we want to push the universality uh, to women issue in southern Thailand, and also included the role of religious leader and pushing the women empowerment with try to support the safety and security of women in common space. For my recommendation, yes, to right now we have the peace table, peace dialogue in southern Thailand. Many sector have to include every group to the peace building. Is called the inclusive peace building, and supports more peace dialogues from Ramadan initiative from 2022, which is decreasing violence to support public consultation and political solution also. And moreover, the budgeting in southern of Thailand is very a big issue, and how to do the budgeting for ratification of program in southern Thailand for to more uh, effective, useful to our region with the support of the decentralization, which might happen in the future. That's all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Farida, for sharing with us this South Thailand, Deep South Thailand, the three provinces that she introduced at the very beginning. As Farida has already mentioned, the violence has been going on in southern Thailand, in deep South Thailand, since 2004. And as I said, it has been going on. We are happy to hear about the peace process, which I think has started a few years back or some years back, and it seems that it's now bearing some fruits. Um, I we are really hoping, at least in Thailand, we are really hoping that the peace process would be successful in order, for people there to live without violence and, decreasing, as Frida has recommended, decreasing the number of deaths and injuries, which you look at the numbers, it's actually is very high. I'm Another key thing that Farida has brought up is about participation of women in peace process, and I think that is extremely important, especially in the area where you have religious and ethnic minorities living. In the case of Deep South Thailand, roles of religious leaders should be better promoted, and Farida end up with some recommendations, especially for the peace promoters, peace negotiators, to look into inclusive peace building, and for the Thai government to revisiting policy and budgeting in Deep South Thailand. Thank you very much, Farida. I guess now Chet has joined us. So may I invite Chet to share with us what you have prepared, Chet, please?
Thank you so much, Siprafa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for confirming it. First of all, I would like to extremely apologize to everyone for not being able to connect at time because I was having some connection problems, and I also think that I missed very important presentations and dialogues in this midtime. So, without further delay, I just want to raise the issues of caste-based discrimination and untouchability, the issues of the Dalit community. Since today we are discussing about the issues of minorities in the context of Asia Pacific, and in that context, I personally believe that the issues of caste-based discrimination and the issues of Dalit community cannot be ignored. That is why we need to actually uh, think on the issues of caste-based discrimination, that how it is actually still hitting in the era of 21st century, that the Dalit community of Nepal, India, and other parts of South Asia, and now also in the different parts of the world, such as in the UK, in the USA, Canada, Australia, and everywhere, wherever the Dalit community are migrating, they are also facing this issue worldwide. Now, when we talk about the issues of caste-based discrimination and the Dalit community, then we can actually discuss from two aspects. That the Dalit community, firstly, they face caste-based discrimination untouchability, which is a form of social discrimination. So the main issue that the Dalit community face everywhere is caste-based discrimination, which has been prevalent in the Hindu societies for centuries. And another issue they have is the issues of empowerment, because when we talk about human rights, their participation and their empowerment is very crucial. And for that, what we are lacking is the empowerment of the Dalit community in the state bodies, and from overall aspect is very poor. So the first issue when we talk is the caste-based discrimination and untouchability that the Dalit community face is they are considered so-called lower caste in the Hindu communities everywhere. So that is why they also are considered as an impure community, and they are also considered as an untouchables. So this is what actually prevailing for centuries, and major thing that a state or any agency or any organization should do is to eliminate this type of discrimination from everywhere. We can see that the United Nations itself has actually addressed it in a term called descent and work-based discrimination, which also covers the communities of Burakumin in Japan and also some communities of Africa. However, this caste-based discrimination is very distinct and is actually has made the people of South Asia, which in a large number, to feel to practice the inhumane practice, because and it actually has also uh, due to the centuries long deprivation and caste based discrimination, they are still far behind from the overall aspect of development, and that is why their participation in the state mechanisms and decision making processes are not strong. So while we discuss on the elimination of caste-based discrimination, the issue of empowerment of the Dalit community can also not be ignored. And if we see that how it is addressed, then we can see the examples, and the main example everywhere we find is the quota system, the reservation, or we call it affirmative action. So even in the context of Nepal, where I come from, we see here that the Dalit community, they have got reservation in so that they can actually participate in the state mechanism. So they have got representation in the political systems, such as in the parliamentary seats, in the provincial parliamentary seats, as well as at local level. The best example that I want to give is at the local government of Nepal, we see that there is reserved seats for Dalit women, and due to that, in the last election, 6,565 Dalit women were able to participate in the local governments of Nepal. And and recently Nepal had, last May 13, we had a new local level election, and a new research is coming out that how many the Dalit women have been participating. But and even if you see the context of India, that it has been 70 years that the Dalit community has got reservation. But the main problem is, even if there is reservation, the meaningful participation is the main problem. So, although having some reserved seats, quotas in the political process as well as in the administrative processes as well, the major thing is they don't have access to the major decision making processes. For an example, I went to several parts of Nepal in order to discuss with the Dalit community, in order to discuss with the minority communities, and what I found is there is representation, but there is no participation. They have been, by law, they have been represented, but at the decision making level and while taking major decisions, they are not actually being able to participate. So the major problem is they are not being able to participate. Yes, by law they are represented, but their voices are not heard. So that is where the main problem we see. Participation, and participation in decision making level is important issue of today. That is what I think is very important. And another thing that I just want to raise today, that this is not only an issue of India and Nepal where the Dalit community vastly live, but due to the just because of the rapid migration, people from Nepal, India, and other parts of South Asia, they are migrating to the US, the UK, in Australia. So wherever they are going, they are taking this caste-based discriminatory mindset even there. One of my friends who went to Australia in order to pursue a PhD on a scholarship, and he thought that one Nepali can rent him a home. He went there, and when he expressed that I belong to the Dalit community, he was not allowed to do that. And unfortunately, even if he wanted to take a legal action, there is no law in Australia on caste-based discrimination. So, in the UK, there is a legislation which is anti-caste-based discrimination, but there is a strong lobby. That is why the legislation has not been passed yet. So UK is supposed to bring an anti-caste-based discrimination law in the UK. There is no anti-caste-based discrimination in the USA. So it is like spreading everywhere. So it is not only the issue of Nepal and India now. So wherever Nepali Indian population is migrating, they are taking this problem as well. So now what we can think is this is a very serious issue of not only of these countries but also every part of the world now. And without taking much time, I just want to focus on main thing, that whenever we talk about the caste-based discrimination, untouchability, and the issues of the Dalit community, the main thing that we need to understand is the 2 points. One is the effective implementation of anti-caste-based discrimination law. Yes, we have law, but that is poorly implemented. Those are not effectively implemented. That is why the caste-based discrimination is still prevalent in the community. And another thing is their participation in decision-making level. So their participation will actually make sure that they are participating in its decisions, and they can feel the ownership, and that is how the society can also feel the presence of the Dalit community, which has been ignored for centuries. That's the truth. Therefore, I just want to provide three recommendations from my end to this forum and further discussions as well. So the first recommendation is effective implementation of anti-caste-based discrimination laws by ensuring zero tolerance policy against caste-based discrimination and untouchability cases and ensure impartial investigation, prosecution, and right to a fair trial. Because what we have seen is that although there is law, but there are several human rights violation cases against the Dalit community, but even having the law, those are not effectively implemented. There is no proper prosecution on that. There is no proper investigation in that. There is no impartial investigation on that. That is why the effective implementation of anti-caste-based discrimination law is what should be in the priority where this problem prevalent. And the second recommendation is states should develop comprehensive human rights education program on CBDU for law enforcement agencies and the office bearers. Because what we have seen is because the law implementation is in the hand of the law enforcement agencies such as the police, judiciary mechanisms, and the attorney offices and all. So they don't know that much about the issues. They actually know, but they don't take it that seriously. So states or any other relevant stakeholders, they should develop comprehensive human rights education program in order to educate the office bearers and the law enforcement agencies that the Dalit issues, the issues of caste-based discrimination is highly crucial and significant from the perspective of human rights. And last but not the least, my third recommendation would be states and all the stakeholders agencies should actually adopt concrete measures to guarantee, actually states should adopt concrete measures to guarantee the full proportional representation of the Dalit community in every state body at all levels, including the judiciary, administrative bodies, diplomatic missions, commissions, and political appointments as well. For that, the states and agencies should actually intensify whatever measure possible. So these are the major recommendations, and I look forward to further discussions on it and further discussions as well. Thank you so much, Prabha, and thank you. Over.
Thank you so much, Chet, for sharing with us about caste-based discriminations in India, South Asia, and I guess we could say beyond, because it looks like caste-based discrimination is not limited to India or South Asia only. Thank you as well for your three recommendations, especially on the impartial, fair investigation on caste-based violent cases, a comprehensive human rights education among officials, which I found extremely important, and adoption of concrete measures by state and relevant agencies. Thank you very much, Ted. I see hands raised already. I'll be inviting you to make your interventions after our last but not least speaker, Pooja. Please, floor is yours. Pooja, please. I wonder if Pooja, our last. Okay, Pooja, please. Pooja, it seems that we cannot hear you. Um, Sean, I wonder if you could check with Pooja.
There seems to be a slight connection issue for Pooja at the moment, so we're just trying to either reconnect her or resolve it. I think it might be fixed. Pooja, can you hear
Are you
us?
able to hear me?
Yes, okay, we can hear you and see you now. Please, Pooja, it's
Thank you
your
so much,
turn. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. Thank you. I'd like to, first of all, thank the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Fernando
Sorry,
Vahen.
we can see that you're unmuted, but we can't actually hear at the moment. We can see you, and
Uh,
so there must be
John,
some.
I can hear Pooja as well.
Sean, are you able to hear me? Sri-
Pooja, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear
Okay,
you.
great.
Okay,
Thank you,
please
Pooja.
go ahead.
Sri Papa.
My thanks to the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Fernando Vahen, as well as the Director of the Tom Lantos Institute, Ana Maria Biro, for this opportunity to participate in this forum. I'm most honored to do so. I'd like to begin by drawing on the concept note, which articulates that effective minority participation is the sine qua non of effective minority protection because it is a precondition of access to and enjoyment of rights. And I think all of our fellow panelists today and yesterday have articulated the same. This right to participation should be ensured procedurally at all levels of decision making, as well as in specific substantive areas whereby minority representatives are engaged at the local, the national, the regional, and international levels when it comes to formulating, adopting, implementing, and monitoring norms that impact them. So, what is the status of actualizing this participatory right of minorities within the region? I want to start with the text of the declaration, because as most of us know, the region itself has no minority specific mechanism or instrument that governs these particular set of rights, nor is there a regional human rights treaty mechanism in terms of a body that reviews regularly the performance of state obligations in respect to such rights. So the Declaration on Minority Rights, Article 2, subsection 2 stipulates that minorities have the right to participate effectively in cultural, religious, social, economic, and public life. This article articulates the micro level and public life, uh, the micro level and the extent to which this includes the participation in public life in the broader political sphere. And this is reinforced by Article 2, subsection 3, which stipulates that persons belonging to minorities have the right to participate effectively in decisions on the national and, where appropriate, regional level concerning minorities to which they belong or the regions in which they live. Moreover, Article 3, subsection 1 sets out that minorities may exercise their rights individually or in community with others. This is a very important provision in terms of substantive participation, as well as procedural participatory mechanisms that we're going to talk about shortly. And importantly, Article 3, subsection 2 states that no disadvantage shall result from any person belonging to a minority as a consequence of the exercise or non exercise of these rights in this declaration. And what we've heard over the past day and earlier today is that there are consequences bearing down on people who choose to articulate their rights and engage in certain spheres, whether at the local, national, or even international level. There is a lot of pushback and blowback, which silences some of the basis of participation, even though these mechanisms may be available. So these are the core substantive provisions within the UNDM that affirm the right to participation in a range of spheres, including decision-making in areas which affect minorities at various levels of governance. Next set of provisions in the declaration set out guidance on how to enable such participatory rights. For example, states are to take measures where required to ensure persons belonging to minorities may exercise fully and effectively all their human rights and fundamental freedoms without discrimination. States shall take measures to create favorable conditions to enable them to express their culture, language, religion, tradition, customs. And states should consider appropriate measures so that persons belonging to minorities may participate fully in the economic progress and development of the country. And supplementing this, Article 5 provides that national policies and programs shall be planned and implemented with due regard to the legitimate interests of minorities. And finally, Article 8 makes clear that such rights in the Declaration are coterminous with international human rights standards and obligations assumed by states under various treaties. Beyond the Declaration, while the core international human rights treaties all expressly guarantee equality and non discrimination on grounds of national, religious, ethnic, linguistic, or other statuses, this is a broad catch all provision that applies to the full range of human rights guaranteed within those specific human rights documents, including the right to participation in community and public life. But none of these treaties, except for two, or three rather, allude to minorities or their right to participation as a matter of substance or procedure. The only exceptions are Article 27 of the ICCPR, which serves as the inspiration for the UNDM, and Article 30 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. These two provisions expressly articulate the obligation of states to ensure that the rights guaranteed in those instruments are not denied to minorities. However, these provisions do not speak to substantive rights to participation or procedural aspects regarding participation of minorities. A handful of the core human rights instruments, for example, the CEDAW, the CERD Convention, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, recognize the overlapping nature of disadvantages accrue with membership in multiple vulnerable groups, such as race, gender, and one's position as a child. In these treaties, specific provisions articulate measures such as affirmative action and special measures, which we've heard about earlier, to achieve the realization of the rights of groups that have been historically disadvantaged. These provisions expressly recognize the nexus between ethnicity, gender, religious, cultural, social, economic, and political statuses, and their impact on the full enjoyment and realization of human rights. These are instrumental tools to advance the protection and realization of minorities' human rights, and more importantly, to secure their participation in public life and decision-making processes and representation of their interests more broadly. So, taken together, these provisions in the Declaration and the core human rights treaties foreground the substantive provisions that ought to be integrated into national constitutions and legislation to secure participation across minority groups. Within the region, however, a quick survey of constitutions in Asia Pacific reveals that while equality and non-discrimination are guaranteed in nearly all the constitutions, not all of them articulate the specific grounds or protected statuses on the basis of which discrimination is prohibited. So, for example, they all guarantee equality and non-discrimination, but not necessarily say on the basis of race, nationality, etc. Moreover, most constitutions in the region, despite the diverse population groups they characterize, do not allude to specific rights enjoyed by minorities by way of special measures or reservations as they may pertain to core areas of public life, such as education, political participation, or representation in other bodies. Only a handful of states regionally have such provisions. Where such guarantees are provided, they outline a procedure setting out the terms and processes through which minority participation in the governance generally or specifically occurs in relation to issues which impact minorities directly. Of note here, just to name a couple of countries, are Singapore, Nepal, India, and China. And they have integrated structures for minority participation on paper in various institutions and in relation to certain positions. For example, Singapore has enacted a group representation policy for its parliamentarian, which requires each slate of candidates for election to include at least 1 to 2 places for minority representatives. Singapore also amended its constitution to establish a presidential council for minority rights, which is chaired by the Chief Justice, who carries the power to reject any law Parliament enacts if it infringes on minority rights. More recently, Singapore elected a non-ethnic Chinese minority as president as a result of its reserved presidential election in 2017. And as Chet has referred to earlier, Nepal has a system of proportional representation for minorities in federal parliament, which enabled even numerically small minority ethnic groups to be represented in the past. This system meant that even those from remote regional areas who captured a small percentage of the electoral vote were able to have their voices represented at the national level. While time doesn't permit me to go into great depth into any of these arrangements, and I've only offered a very superficial overview without the details that inform these specific mechanisms and practices, suffice it to say that even where such provisions for minority participation have been enacted, they're seldom implemented in the ways expected or to achieve the desired impact. Chet has already alluded to some of the challenges. I will elaborate on the two examples here. For example, a recent study by Wai Kung Tam examining parliamentary record in Singapore reveals that only 1.2% of the issues raised in Parliament focused on minority issues between 2002 and 2015. And this reveals that although minority representatives are more likely to raise questions pertaining to minority issues, group representation alone doesn't motivate elected representatives to be able to to be accountable to their constituents, because it is more beneficial to their political careers to align themselves with the dominant party. In the context of Singapore, that's the People Actions Party. There are historical reasons, such as racial conflict and divisions, for the neutralization of the civic space. This makes it less amenable to racializing or even minoritizing fundamental issues. Singapore's ethnic integration policy with respect to housing has also precluded the establishment of ethnic dominant electoral districts that could have motivated minority representatives more concretely to represent the interests of minorities because they depend on them for returning back to the ballot. In Nepal, on the other hand, in recent years, in 2015, there was a revision of the representation regime and the mechanisms through which this was achieved, which has resulted in the overall weakening of the impact of these provisions. For example, the threshold of the electoral vote required for proportional representation of ethnic minority parties was increased, while the overall number of proportional representation seats in national parliament was reduced. This meant that the smaller ethnic groups found it difficult to capture the requisite number of votes for their parties to gain proportionate representation in parliament, and even when they were able to secure relevant thresholds, there were fewer seats to go around. And so, despite constitutional and political protections, these standards are not being achieved as desired. Sri Prabha, may I ask how much time I have, because I lost a little bit of time due to connection issues?
Uh, uh, Actually, you are approaching the end, of your 10 minutes already.
Can I move to my recommendations, perhaps?
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, the recommendations to rectify these gaps are to mainstream minority participation across treaty body mechanisms, to model within the UN system how state parties should implement such measures as a matter of substance and practice for meaningful engagement, the education of ethnic minorities to raise awareness of their rights and empower them for actual practical participation and engagement across civil society processes at the national, regional, and international level, capacity building of state leaders and government officials to incorporate minority specific provisions for substantive participation, and how to create conditions to enable such participation meaningfully, cultivating opportunities for cross community dialogue to develop an understanding of on the ground context for minorities, most importantly, looking at the impact on minorities within minorities who sit at the intersections of multiple axes of disadvantage and how these affect their opportunities for participation. The worst off are women and children. We should also look to establishing offices regionally and locally wherever possible to enhance accountability towards violations of processes and work with governments locally to build context specific structures and advise on measures to be more inclusive. Establish a fund to enable minorities to seek redress against violations and strengthen structures of state accountability. Most importantly, to develop core metrics for the regular assessment and evaluation of the impact of substantive measures and procedures set up to enable minority participation at all of these levels. For example, have minority issues gained visibility? Have anti discrimination and vilification laws been successfully used to address violations? And finally, use the UNDM 30 as an occasion to conduct a whole scale comprehensive review of minority impacting laws and examine the extent to which they further or hinder the realization of minority human rights and their participation. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pooja, for very clear recommendations and also sharing with us the existing provisions, substantive provisions when it comes to right to participation of minorities, especially in ICCPR and CRC. And as far as I understand, all countries where our speaker come from, have ratified both of them. I found it quite interesting when you mentioned about national constitutions, especially in those countries in which right to participation of minorities are included in their respective constitution. However, as we heard from our colleagues, our previous speakers from Nepal and India, it looks like despite the provision on substantive um, right to participation, look like implementation is still quite problematic. Thanks for your long list of recommendations. I noted down many of them, maybe not all, but I hope our secretary has been noting our recommendations. Especially, I found like education enabling conditions, for participation of minorities, or enhancing accountability. We heard from previous speakers as well. Fund for redress. I think that is really important. And one of the things which has been missing in different countries is actually regular evaluation of implementation. Uh, thank you very much, Pooja.
Okay, it seems that Sri Papa connection has just dropped. We seem to be having a few of those today, unfortunately. Um, I think she was just about to thank Pooja for her presentation and our other presenters, Farida, Ghazala, and Chet. I think then we probably move on to the interventions from our participants. Sri Papa, I can see that you've connected. So if you're there, I'll give the floor back to you. We were just about to move on to the participants with their hands raised.
Yes, actually,
Papa, a chance.
yes, can you hear me?
Are you there, Sri Papa?
Can you hear me, Sean? I see that Pooja can hear
I
me.
think I'll give the floor to Mohammed Krueng. Sorry if that's not quite how to pronounce your name, but please, you have the floor. You have 2 to 3 minutes to make your statement. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but it looks like I have problem with camera. So, Kra Mohammed, you can start your intervention, please. Can you hear me?
Okay, Madam Moderator, thank you so much. My name is Muhammad Krong, and I am representing Aceh Sumatra National Liberation Front. I would like to make some remark under Session 3 concerning the situation in my homeland Aceh as minority. First of all, the terms of minority in Indonesia is quite ambiguous and not clearly defined in any legal conduct or regulation. Indonesia regards all ethnicity in the country as minorities. The Acehnese, for example, are one of them, constitute only 1.7% of 270 millions of Indonesia population. They have a distinct identity, a different background, etc. And we are treated differently by the central government. After the 30 years of armed conflict, there is indeed a peace deal between the Free Aceh movement and Indonesia. But due to the lack of government commitment, particularly with reference to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the above mentioned deals has met with failure. Although Indonesia has officially ratified the covenants on the 28th of October 2005, its implementation is advancing at a low pace. However, most of the Indonesian laws or regulation are originally from the era of Dutch colonial laws. Theoretically, the laws guarantee the freedom of assembly, freedom of expressions, freedom of associations, and other fundamental rights. But the problem is that all these guarantees are practically limited. As a new and multi-ethnic entity, Indonesia is obsessed with unifying the nation, and anything that is deemed to weaken the state is forbidden. Words such as referendum or plebiscite to determine the genuine aspiration of the Acehnese are outlawed. Having said that, the participation of the Acehnese to exercise their fundamental right is not possible. ASNF therefore called upon this August forum to closely monitor the implementation of all the ratified covenants without any restriction, with particular emphasis on the right to self-determination of the people of Aceh without fear. Thank you so much.
Um, thank you. Thank you very much for your intervention and your recommendation for um, monitoring of the implementation of human rights treaties that Indonesia is party to. The next intervention in my list is Mahmoud Musao, please. You have 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, please.
I
Mahmoud Musao.
yeah, yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen, who have given me a chance or opportunity to bring the case and real situation in Aceh. And I what my brother said that decisions and exploit resources in our country in Aceh. Yeah. So the impunities of criminal committed against civilians or innocent people is very until now never been processed.
And I'm sorry, we seem to lose you. We cannot hear you. Hello. Looks like we lost Mr. Musao. May I proceed to Wang Hua, please? You have 2 to 3 minutes for your intervention.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, I can hear
Yes.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Dear moderator and fellow participants, I'm Wang Hua from the National Ethnic Affairs Commission of the People's Republic of China. It's my pleasure to introduce the procedural and substantive rights of ethnic minorities in China to participate in state and local administration. Firstly, laws clearly stipulate the participation of ethnic minorities in administering state and local affairs. According to this Constitution, all power in China belongs to the people. The people shall manage state affairs, economic and cultural undertakings, and social affairs. Electoral law of the National People's Congress and local people's congresses stipulates elections among ethnic minorities. At present, all 55 ethnic minority groups have deputies to the National People's Congress. Law of China on regional ethnic autonomy clearly states that the chairman of an autonomous region, the prefect of an autonomous prefecture, or the head of an autonomous country shall be a citizen of the ethnic group exercising religion autonomy in the area concerned. Secondly, ethnic minorities take an active part in the administration of state and local affairs in various ways. The Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, which is CPPCC, has set up a special sector for ethnic minorities. Among the members of the 13th National Committee of the CPPCC, 11.45% are from ethnic minorities. Before formulating and releasing major policies and guidelines, party committees and governments at all levels will solicit opinions from ethnic minorities. Social organizations of ethnic minorities have been established in all regions. Thirdly, ethnic minorities are active participants in international affairs. China has been earnestly fulfilling its obligations under international human rights conventions, fully protecting the legitimate rights and the interests of ethnic minorities in China, actively participating in global human rights governance. That's all. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, with Ms. Wang Hua. May I move to Yang Chao, please? You have 2 to 3 minutes. Yang Chao, you can make your intervention, please. I see that your camera and your microphone are on now. Would you like to make intervention now? Okay, the person has disappeared. So may I move to Bangskar Shati Kumar? Yes, Bangskar Shati Kumar, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Uh, uh, Good morning from Nepal. I just want to have some recommendation because just right now Pooja has pointed out a lot of things. I want to point out that when we are talking about the minorities of Nepal, we are often ignoring the religious minority of Nepal, which are Muslims. They are the largest religious minority of Nepal, and they often face discrimination just like Dalit, which is in the form of untouchability, and there is an impunity regarding this. Right now, what we see, there is an increase in hate speech crimes because most of Muslims, about 97% of them, are residing near the border of Nepal and India. So the politics of India is sipping through the border towards Nepal, and the same symptoms which we see in India about the hate crimes and hate speeches about Muslims are also being done in Nepal for Nepali Muslims also. Or recently, just yesterday also, there was such kind of event in the city of Nepalganj, which is the highest populated city in the terms of Muslim population. So, although the recommendations are made, but the recommendations are not implemented in spirit, which sees that which comes in the form of uh, uh, the weakening of the community, and it continues. It has been continuing for decades, and it is still continuing now. And the Muslims of Nepal are the most backward community according to the Human Development Report 2014. So I have some recommendations which I want to put. Um, there isn't any human right defender group of Muslims in Nepal. Every community have them in the UN also, but UN which is representing in Nepal, there are human rights defender groups from different minority communities or backward communities, but the Muslims do not have this kind of group. So there must be the formation and strengthening of human rights defenders group of Muslim minority community. I also want to put that there should be concrete programs for the monitoring and countering of hate speech, which is continuing, which is increasing right now, and there should be an end of impunity in this regard. There should be some concrete punishment to set some examples. Thank you.
Uh, thank you very much for your very concrete recommendations. May I go back to Yang Chao? Yang Chao, you have the floor, please.
Okay. Dear moderator,
Yang Chao, it looks like you have internet problem. because you disappear and then appear. It's very difficult to monitor. Might go to Giang Song. Yang Chao, you are back now. You think you can make your intervention?
Moderator,
Yes, Mr. Kwendong.
I can speak in. Can you speak? Can you hear from me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm a teacher of China Agricultural University in Beijing. You know, at present, I think the protection and promotion of the rights of minority groups is a global issue. The Chinese government attaches great importance to the economic and social development of ethnic minority areas, is committed to solving the problems of poverty and development in the ethnic minority areas. China has eliminated absolute poverty by 2021, making a historical contribution to global poverty reduction. And from 2015 to the president, I participated in the poverty alleviation process of Hebian villager, a Yao ethnic villager in Menlan County, Xishuangbanna Prefecture, Western China. We registered a county level grassroots NGO named Xiaoyun Poverty Reduction Center with the help of the financial fund from the local government, research strength from our university, and the charity resources from NGO, the comprehensive intervention experiment of chronic poverty was carried out in Hebian Yao ethnic village. The village is located in the tropical rainforest area, which has a rich ecological environment. Under the guidance and support of local government, we always stick to philosophy of making development people-centered from the demand of their survival and development by introducing the new leather industry, reconstructing housing conditions, and implementing other measures effectively helped Hebian villager get rid of chronic poverty. Hebian villager has demonstrated a new landscape. Your ethnic villagers get on the modern fast track. In 2019, leather industry brought Hebian villager more than 1 million yuan in revenue. Although Hebian villager has been affected by COVID-19 pandemic in the past 2 years, the villagers have ensured that they do not fall back into poverty and are full of confidence in their future. This is my presentation. Thank you.
You have any recommendations?
And I think for about the suggestions and recommendations, and I think the minority groups, and if we want to protect and promote the right, and first, and we should know about the minorities groups needs, especially the development needs, and collect the different resources, maybe include the government resources and the social resources, and help the minority groups and on the track of the modernization. And I think this is very important.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
that,
May I go to Mahajan Runa? Mahajan Runa, the floor is yours. Yes, you can make your intervention, Mahajan Runa.
Audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Namaste. Uh, I'm Runa Moharjan. I am Human Rights Officer at National Human Rights Commission of Nepal. So during the discussion, like from yesterday, we've been following and we've been talking about the various minorities group. However, I think that the aspect of sexual minorities is yet to be dealt with, and we have not discussed much about the sexual minorities. Even in my country, there are sexual minorities, and they're actually our constitution laws have definitely guaranteed right to equality. There are aspects of non-discrimination as well. However, there have been these events of discrimination on the basis of sexuality in the daily lives of many sexual minorities. For an instance, in a recent case, one student was deprived of giving the university examination just because just because she's transgender and her sexuality was not clear. Like a person is deprived of education on the basis of sexuality, then these kind of situations has to be dealt with and should be taken in a very serious way. Thus, I would say that I would state few recommendations prioritizing sexual minorities, which would be there should be zero tolerance regarding the discrimination on the basis of sexuality. First of all, and there should not be discriminatory laws, bylaws, policies, or any such thing which promotes discrimination on the ground of sexuality. Also, in our case, I don't think there is a particular executive or like sorry, there is no particular ministry or any kind of body who works specifically for the rights of sexual minorities. Thus, I think that there should be a separate body would look into the issues of sexual minorities in Nepal. That would be my recommendation in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Runa, for your clear recommendations that you made. I don't see any other hands in my list as of now. I wonder if any speakers would like to make some comments and further recommendations, especially on issues brought up by participant or brought up by yourself earlier. Pooja, would you like to?
Yes,
Okay. I see. Sorry, Pooja.
that's
Maybe
okay.
after your intervention, I can go to um, our participant who raised his hand for the second time. Yes, Pooja. Pooja, you can go ahead.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you, Sri Prabha. So I wanted to just use the opportunity to make two or three further points that I've noted. Across all speakers, we seem to we're beginning to get a sense of some of the common threads or tactics that are applied to undermine minority rights. So the first issue, which I think even Ghazala mentioned in her presentation and Chet mentioned as well as Farida, is this question of who counts as a minority, and that's very much down to the state and how the state defines you. There's also the complexity around kind of the labels that are deployed surrounding particular minority groups, which, depending on the politics of the time and the expediency in terms of political dynamics, the state might choose to characterize that group as deviant or terrorist or disloyal and outliers, and therefore undermine any of the kind of procedural and substantive frameworks for minority protection from applying to those specific groups. And this leads me to the second observation that across the countries that we've been discussing, you see the emergence of something that I'm calling privileged minorities. Those minority groups who are sort of pitted as model minorities, and they're sort of elevated and given access and enabled. And they're sort of juxtaposed against other minority groups, such as the ones that Chet mentioned, our Dalit communities, or even Mr. Shakti Kumar mentioned earlier in his intervention, right? The Muslim minorities in Nepal, they're sort of characterized as the miscreants in society. And so they're playing off these two multiple, these minority groups against each other. And that sort of fuels the kind of hatred, the rhetoric, And it's all for political gain. And these minorities are extremely vulnerable in this context. So even where there's rights and there's machinery, I think, as Chet alluded, there is no desire sometimes, or even if there's desire, there is a fear of participation because of the consequences that are going to follow. And some of the examples we've heard in the past 2 days, again, we've heard how states or other machinery is deployed to systematically go after minorities when they seek to utilize any of these frameworks and mechanisms, making it extremely difficult for them to avail of any of the participatory rights that are there in any meaningful sort of manner. And last but not least, I think the point that Farida made is really, really important. Looking at the intersections, and I think this is what also our colleague from the National Human Rights Commission of Japan was just saying. Minorities is used in the declaration as a very narrow sort of term, looking at national or ethnic, linguistic, or religious minorities. But of course, these minorities tend to be members of multiple identity groups, which are also disadvantaged. And I think that is where the crux of the matter, the heart of it really, really lies. How do you tackle it where there are no categories that have been established? And there are no mandates set aside, and no sort of groupings within these particular minority groups fit. So for them, the existence or non-existence of a framework or a convention or a declaration is meaningless because they're completely invisible. And so it's really time to start talking about these on the ground realities as they intersect with these multiply disadvantaged groups, and how we can mobilize and activate the current sort of structures to enable their full empowerment and engagement and participation in a safe manner, in a safe and meaningful manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pooja. I think you raised some very important points, especially actually not only who counts as minority, but also who define minorities or who are minorities, because it really depending on how minorities are defined in different countries, whether or not sexual minorities are actually defined or counted within minority groups. So the issue of intersectionality that you mentioned is extremely important and in many ways serious as well. Thank you very much um, uh, for your thought. Thank you. I was okay. We have two more hands here. Bangsa Shakti Kumar.
Yes, I just want to include two more points in my recommendation. Until now, what we see that misinformation is one of the key aspects which uh, is responsible for this hate, which is spreading against Muslim community on for the inside the majority community. So. There should be some concrete program. Still, there is none, and the people do not talk. But there should be some concrete program for transforming conflict through dialogues, meaningful dialogues in between communities to tackle this misinformation at national level. And secondly, inclusive representation should be implemented in later in terms of Muslims, because Muslims are out of power, means out of, as it has been talked a lot right now, Ms. Pooja has also included these things here, because if people are not represented adequately, they will be always powerless, and these people cannot cannot defend themselves. So diffusing conflict and defending for defending themselves, they have to be in the position of power, which may be parliament, which may be other groups. So it should be inclusive representation. Until now, exclude Muslims. There isn't even the smallest of the rights are not addressed. Muslims are living, but they are living just like a degrade citizen in Nepal. So, in fact, this condition should be changed, and for that, all the concrete steps which has to be taken should be taken. So, I think I have I have finished my recommendation.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Yeah, thank you very much for further recommendations that you made, especially when it comes to addressing misinformation and hate speech. Thank you very much, Kuma. I still see hand from Yang Xiao. I wonder if now you can make intervention.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Yang Xiao, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, moderator. Uh, I'm Yang Chao from China Ethnic Minorities Association for External Exchanges. I am from bi-ethnic group in China. I'd like to share China's relevant practice on minority rights protection from the perspective of institution, law, and vision. Firstly, China protects the rights and interests of ethnic minorities through scientific and effective institution arrangements, such as the governing structure of the system of people's congresses and the basic political systems like the system of regional ethnic autonomy, and so on. The 13th National People's Congress has 438 deputies from ethnic minority groups, accounting for 14.7% of the total. Among the five provincial-level autonomous regions in China, Xinjiang is the only region that has autonomous areas at all the three levels: region, prefecture, and county. The chair of the autonomous region, the governors of autonomous prefectures, and the heads of autonomous counties are all citizens from the local ethnic groups exercising regional autonomy. Secondly, China ensures that people of all ethnic groups enjoy equal rights in accordance with the law, such as the law on regional ethnic autonomy, the electoral law for the National People's Congress and local people's congresses, the education law, the employment promotion law, etc. In Tibet Autonomous Region and South Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, students are exempt from charges for education for a total of 15 years from preschool to senior high school, with the exception of the Hui, who have used Han Chinese historically, and the Manchu and Shu peoples, who now generally use Han Chinese. The other 52 ethnic minorities have their own spoken languages, and over 20 groups use nearly 30 written scripts. Ultimately, China espouses a people-centered view of human rights and upholds the right to subsistence and development as a primary and basic human rights. By the end of 2020, all 420 national-level poverty-stricken countries in China's ethnic autonomous areas have been lifted out of poverty. 31.21 million restricted poor in 8 ethnic provinces and autonomous regions have shaken off poverty, and extreme poverty was eliminated in all 28 of the ethnic minority groups with a small population. I hope that this successful experience of China can offer useful help and inspiration to the discussion of this forum. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Xiao. I see no further hands. So I would like to invite other speakers on our panel if you have anything to add, especially from what you heard as well. Gazala, you have anything to add?
No, no, thank you. I don't want to add anything.
Okay, I'm Farida. Farida, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. Thank you for this panel. As the peace process is going on in southern Thailand, we have to think much about how minorities defined and how to include everyone in the peace process. It's not just the land of the Malay Muslim speaking or Buddhist, but in there are like intersectional groups that want their voice to be addressed. So thank you so much for this panel. I have a lot of knowledge and information to our issues about the minorities in southern Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Che, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shiprofa. I don't have any specific thing to add more. Mm, That's all. Thank you.
Oh, I saw your hands up, so I thought you're planning to make some interventions. Pooja, I see your hand, please.
If I may just take the opportunity, since there's a little bit of a lull until others sort of think about what they want to share, I think that there's a real need to engage this set of patterns that we're seeing developing across multiple states in the region where minority voices are silenced, or the kind of tactics that are used to obfuscate the real issues on the ground. And as we're hearing, there are laws and there are protections. I think we need to hear more from the minorities on the ground, how they're experiencing these structures and mechanisms. And I think this can also help inform some of the processes that are ongoing in the region. For example, as Farida says, the peace process. We need to set out the ground rules. We need to have an understanding of the historical context of how we got here, and that context has to be accurate. So I think the kind of experiences, for example, of Muslim minorities in India, which is so difficult to even talk about in the context of the Indian, nation. The media, has been usurped or arrogated for propagandist purposes in India in order to undermine any of those voices. And I think similar tactics are being deployed in other parts of the region. So engaging in these sort of practical issues, which really impact kind of the visibility and voices of those who are hurting the most, is fundamental to tackle on an urgent basis. And of course, we mentioned Myanmar yesterday, but needless to say, if it's been 5 years and even more, and we've continued to see the atrocities and witness them on the international platform for this long, it's absolutely unacceptable. And the question has to be, what is going to move everybody to protect these groups? Why is it that there's less concern for Muslim minorities than for other minorities in Europe, for example, with what we're seeing right now with Ukraine and Russia? What makes Muslim minority lives expendable and something that we can't relate to, right? If our commitment is global and universal in nature and recognizing the equal human worth and dignity of all people, then why don't we mobilize as quickly for Dalits or Muslim minorities or some of the other minorities that our colleagues have mentioned today, such as sexual minorities, etc. So
Thank you, Pooja. Another important point that you just raised, which is about actually, looking about real issues on the ground. I think that is extremely important, and the issue of visibility and making sure that voices of the most underprivileged, are heard. I think that is also important, especially what we heard from our colleagues, different interventions, and also, from I think it was the Human Rights Commissioner from Nepal, Ruma, who actually mentioned about sexual minorities who are not counted in many cases. Thank you very much, Pooja. Um, we still have a few more minutes for any other interventions. I see, a few friends, well, not a few colleagues of mine, from other countries, because so far we heard from China, from Nepal, from Aceh, Chirao. I was about to call you actually from Malaysia. Please, Chirao.
Thank you, Dr. Sripapa. Good to see you online, and thanks for the interventions. Um I just had a more difficult scenario for minority rights assertion. So the mechanisms for protection, well, I agree with the proposals to 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 assert identity, to give space, forum, agency. But when I heard one of the colleagues speaking, uh, I can understand because I'm a minority also in Malaysia, and we always have the lived experience of sometimes being second class or third or fourth, But is the reaction or the proposal from a human rights point of view, while we know freedom of association is a right, is to actually go in the direction to have political parties, political organizations by ethnic identity. Malaysia, the ruling political parties for the last 70 years, who's been controlling the politics, are all ethnic based. And I always think that the part of the big problem of why a very diverse rights regime in Malaysia is because politically the minorities have been disenfranchised, and that arrangement is a political arrangement. So I'm not sure whether if we propose to have, if you're a minority, a Muslim minority, you have a Muslim political party or Muslim association, while it's not wrong, but is that the way to move forward, or is more common citizenship rights where you demand equality with all the others? So, I mean, this is more a dilemma, but I'm also a bit afraid to suggest proposals for ethnic based identity organizations, and that may weaken the common demand for citizenship rights in the national framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Yeah, I have been sorry to frankly talk a bit about my own political position, in the sense that I am not in favor of ethnic or racial based political parties. It's for me, is not a right political arrangement. So actually, I always look for what you call common citizenship rights, which I think is important, because when we talk about common citizenship right, is about making sure that our society is inclusive. Thank you, Gerald, for pointing out. I am looking at the list of participants and I don't see any hands. So before I conclude, I would like to give 1 minute to each speaker on the panel to actually conclude or make observation or recommendation at the end. So Chet, would you like to start? If you have any further recommendation or observation, you have 1 minute, please, Chet.
Thank you, Siprofa, once again for giving me the floor. So, well, I don't have that much specific recommendation, as I already mentioned about the issues of the caste-based discrimination. Along with that, I also raised the issues of other minority communities of Nepal and also other part of South Asia as well. What we can actually understand is minority issues are very complex. We have, according to the UNDM, we can identify 4 minority groups. As I see one of the fellow colleagues from Nepal also raised the issues of Muslim communities of Nepal. Yes, I can definitely agree with him that the issues of Muslim community is also one of the crucial human rights challenges in Nepal that we need to address. And along with that, I think the major issue that we can actually think of is the participation of at decision making level, and meaningful participation is what actually minority communities are looking for. And along with that, we need to understand that in order to eliminate the social discrimination that the minority communities are facing is mainly is possible through the effective implementation of anti-discrimination law, and the effective implementation of anti-discrimination law is highly important and should be raised by everyone. So these are the very specific point that I just want to reiterate, and thank you very much for this opportunity once again. Thanks.
Thank you, Chet. Kasala, do you have any last intervention?
Thank you, Shripapa. Yeah, maybe one overarching kind of comment that I could make in the end is to emphasize how important conversations such as these are, where we are now talking about minority rights and cultural rights of minorities, but various other rights of minorities also, within the UN framework, where, as I said in my presentation, these conversations are difficult to have because the conversation stoppers are issues related to, conflicts related to right to self-determination on the one hand, and on the other hand, sovereignty concerns of member states. So I think going forward, conversations such as these, but also initiatives that help us understand minority positioning within the nation state, world order, where these conversations are extremely important and are becoming one of the biggest crises of our times, maybe comparable, if not comparable, then at least, almost equal importance with the challenge of climate change, which is ahead of us. So I think the issue of statelessness and minority citizenship has become one of the most contentious issues, and we need to get beyond some of the older established understandings and orthodoxies about what are the dangers of engaging with these questions in forums such as UN and in international law on citizenship.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kasala. Farida, you have half a second.
Uh, yes, I agree with Shed about the meaningful participation in international level, national level, and local. And I think for my area in southern Thailand, we have to working more about the minority issues. As I said that minorities issues in southern Thailand is not just about the Malay Muslims or Buddhists. It's more groups that we have to working and segregate the data. How can they have their voice, or how will they want to be support from any government body or CSO. So I think to have a good data might be will support for the good policy in southern Thailand, and also peace process participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Pooja, you have 1 minute.
Thank
We are
you.
now 2 p.m. Yeah.
I'd like to reiterate what Ghazala said earlier about the importance of doing an audit of how, where we are at. I think taking a stock of exactly where we are at within the region and globally will enable us then to set the future course. And secondly, I want to pick up on Gerald's very important intervention. It doesn't necessarily have to be ethnic parties per se, but I think if you start at the very local level, one must engage with the diverse groups that we have. It doesn't have to be along the lines of ethnicity. It could be on the basis of a variety of disadvantaged statuses. And then we can think about how do you operationalize that kind of a voice at the kind of national level? Is it a coalition group? Is it a kind of other form of representation? Is it sector based, like education and access to justice? I think there are various models, and we need not sort of shy away from or fear this kind of ethnicization and politicization of ethnic identities, which is a real concern. But I think there are ways around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pooja. I think there are some takeaways, quite a number of takeaways, but I just want to emphasize on, since we talk about procedural and substantial rights, I think the first one is actually meaningful participation that Chet, has been emphasizing in his intervention. Meaningful participation, especially at the decision making level. The second one, which I think is also important, is the continued conversations, about the issues that Ghazala has emphasized. And then I think maybe we do not need to really, emphasize on minority rights, but really making sure that we are looking at the complexity of the issues and also intersectionality of different groups and of rights as well. Maybe one last thing that I would like to emphasize is the fact that procedural rights, for me, are the component of substantive rights. So it's not for me. It's not giving priority to one or another, because people have procedural rights because actually states are having obligations, political and legal obligations, to provide them with fair procedures, and the obligations of state flow from um, the duties to treat each person as a free and equal member of the society, and I think that is extremely important. Society that emphasize to on procedural rights actually in some way can impede substantial rights as well. So I think the substantial rights and procedural rights should go hands in hand. With that, I would like to thank our speakers and participants, and of course, organizer. I guess we can end our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Sean. John, over to you.
Thank you, Sri Papa, and thank you to all our panelists. We'll reconvene in 1 hour for the next session. Moving forward, reforming the protection and implementation of the minority rights framework. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you in 1 hour. Hello, Sajad. Are you able to connect?
Hello, Sean.
Sajad.
Hi.
Yes, there you are. Great.
Can you see me and hear me? All
yeah.
right.
Yeah, absolutely fine. So we'll just wait for our panelists to connect, and I'll do a sound check for them. So we should be good to go in 15 minutes. I will give you a signal if it's slightly delayed or if you
wait for
our
panelists to connect, and I'll do a sound check for them. So we should be good to go in 15 minutes. I will give you a signal if it's slightly delayed. Wait for our panelists to connect, and I'll do a sound check for them. So we should be good to go in 15 minutes. I will give you a signal if it's slightly delayed. Wait for our panelists to connect, and I'll do a sound check for them. So we should be good to go in 15 minutes. I will give you a signal if it's slightly delayed. Wait for our panelists to connect, and I'll do a sound check for them. So we should be good to go in 15 minutes. I will give you a signal if it's slightly delayed. Wait for our panelists to connect, and I'll do a sound check for them. So we should be good to go in 15 minutes. I will give you a signal if it's slightly delayed. Wait for our panelists to connect, and I'll do a sound check for them. So we should be good to go in 15 minutes. I will give you a signal if it's slightly delayed. Wait for our panelists to connect.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Checking.
I can hear that very clearly.
Okay, great.
No echo, no background noise
I
this
think
time.
something must have gotten stuck on my side, so
1, 2, 3.
I could
1,
hear
2, 3. Checking.
I can hear that very clearly.
Okay, great.
No echo, no background noise
I
this
think
time.
something must have gotten stuck on my side, so
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Checking.
I can hear that very clearly.
okay, great.
No echo, no background noise
I
this
think
time.
something must have gotten stuck on my side, so
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Checking.
I can hear that very clearly.
okay, great.
No echo, no background noise
I
this
think
time.
something must have gotten stuck on my side, so
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Checking.
I can hear that very clearly.
okay, great.
No echo, no background noise
I
this
think
time.
something must have gotten stuck on my side, so
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Checking.
I can hear that very clearly.
Please check your microphone and video for me. Manjula, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah. Right.
Great. I can hear you. I'll see
I see.
you. Great. Thank you. We'll just wait for our other panelists to join. And I know Sajad, our moderator, is joining now. We just had some audio issues, but I think Sajad is back. So we should start in 10 minutes, Manjula, but if there's any delays for any reason, we'll make you aware. But in the meantime, you can be muted and your camera off. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Sajad.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you and hear you.
Oh, good.
The echo seems to have stopped for the time being. So
Good, 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 good. Yeah,
Awesome.
no echo
Awesome.
on my side as well.
Okay. We have Manjula. Pradeep has joined as well. We're just waiting for a couple of other panelists. So we have 5 minutes, so hopefully they will be here on time. Sorry, Sajjad, you just disconnected briefly then. Are you still there?
Hello?
There, you're back. I'm not sure what happened. So we're just waiting for the other couple of panelists. We should start in 5 minutes. I will let you know if we're going to be slightly delayed, if there's any issues with the others connecting. But in the meantime, you can relax for the next few minutes.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Interactive check. 1, 2, 3. Please disregard. One, two, three. Another interactive check. Please disregard.
Hello, Nina. Can you please check your microphone and video for us, please, before we start? Hello, Nina. I can see your microphone is open. Hello, Nina. Can you hear us? Hello, Nina. I can see you've connected and your microphone is open. Can you check your settings, please? We cannot hear you. Nina, I've just suggested you use a different microphone through your laptop. Can you please try that to see if it will work?
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Nina. Hello.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Wait. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we
Okay.
can hear and see you.
Sorry for the delay. I think I misinterpret the time different time
It's,
different. So I thought it the 4 here. But
it's okay. Thank you. You can see that you're here now. We're just going
yeah.
to wait a couple of more minutes, Sajad. I'm just trying to connect Duktan Ki, one of our other speakers. So I will need another minute or two, but I will let you know as soon as we're able to start. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Sajad. So I think we will start the session. We'll try to connect Miss Key, and she may have to then do her presentation in a slightly different order, but we think we will need to start and go ahead now. So I give the floor to you, Sajad. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, yes.
Lovely, thank you. Well, good afternoon and good evening, everybody. My name is Sajjad Hassan. I work with a network of minority rights researchers and activists in South Asia called the South Asia Collective, trying to contribute to better recognition, protection, and promotion of minorities in the South Asia region. I am truly honored and delighted to be moderating this fourth thematic session of the 2022 Asia Pacific Forum, Moving Forward, Reforming the Protection and Implementation of Minority Rights Framework. Over the past 2 days, we've had rich conversations assessing the international minority protection regime, including undertaking gap analysis and proposing recommendations on the normative framework, that on implementation, and lastly on minority participation in each of the three thematic sessions. This concluding thematic session, number 4, is set up to reflect on moving forward, that is how we move towards a more relevant and effective framework to protect and implement minority rights and achieve the highest standards of human rights protection for all. Since much of the scope of this session overlaps with the previous sessions, this thematic session will consider recommendations on several additional issues, including what is the role of media in the protection and promotion of minority rights, what is the role of businesses or other international economic institutions, including development aid, in putting these issues on the agenda, how do we engage existing transnational networks of friendly states, international organizations, civil society organizations, academics, and so on and so forth, to address the identified gaps in minority protection regimes. Indeed, how can we develop programs of action beyond the 30th anniversary of the United Nations Minority Declaration? We have 3 distinguished experts on this panel. Duk Then Key, head of the UN, EU and Human Rights Desk, the Department of Department of Information and International Relations, Central Tibetan Administration. Manjula Pradeep, Director of Campaigns, Dalit Human Rights Defenders Network Project, and Nina Mariani Noor, Program Executive, GlobeEthics.net, and lecturer in School of Graduate Studies, UIN Sunan Kalijaya Yoga Karta. We've used the following process for the session. Each session will start with presentations of 10 minutes from each expert. This will be followed by interventions from participants. To make a statement, participants must use the raise hand function at the bottom of the interactive platform. Interventions will be limited from participants to 2 to 3 minutes. Subject to participant numbers, the speakers will be taken in the order that their hands are raised. Later on, after the end of the session, participants are encouraged to submit the recommendations in writing via the chat function, including during the program, of course, or by email to marcus.oda@tomlantosinstitute.hu. The chat function is also open to all participants to engage in dialogue throughout the regional forum. When the time comes for participants' intervention, I will remind participants to remain on topic and to respect the UN values and principles when referring to countries and territories. That said, let me read out at the outset this statement to encourage participants to adhere to the topic under each theme. And I read, participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion It's encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme "You're making your statement." We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold the UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants also request to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes and encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly and/or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives, and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. I would like to remind the participants that the session is being live streamed on YouTube, and the link will be posted in the chat function. The session is also being recorded and will be available at www.minorityforum.info, together with the final set of recommendations following the regional forum. I encourage participants to promote the participation in the event on social media by using official hashtags of the regional forum and the Minority Forum Asia Pacific. Well, so without further ado, may I request the first expert in the panel, who, as I'm informed now, is Manjula Pradeep, Director of Campaigns, Dalit Human Rights Defenders Network Project, to please take the floor. Manjula Pradeep, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Uh, for me, I would be speaking about those communities who are discriminated based on work and descent. The Dalits, who are called officially scheduled castes in India, Dalits in Nepal, and with other social identities in caste affected countries, are spread out in South Asia and Southeast Asia and Asia as well. They are a numerical minority in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, and hold non dominant positions in India and Nepal. There are Dalits located in Malaysia and few other countries in Asia as well. There is a community, Buraku, who are discriminated similar to Dalits in Japan. There are 5.5 millions of Dalits in Bangladesh, 0.25% of the total population in Pakistan, 4 to 5 million in Sri Lanka, 20% of the total population of Nepal, and 16.6% of the country's population in India. There are an estimated 6 million Buraku people living in Japan. It's difficult to get exact figures of the population in those countries where caste is not recognized in their constitution. In 2001, Dalit activists, including me, and non governmental organizations from India and countries in South Asia pushed for the inclusion of caste based discrimination in the United Nations Conference on Racism and Other Forms of Descent based Discriminations, and we have been able to achieve some success, where discrimination based on descent is recognized within the UN framework. Article 1 of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination has recognized descent as a form of discrimination. In the year 2002, General Recommendation number 29 on descent based discrimination, in which the committee concluded that discrimination based on descent covers caste and analogous systems of inherited status, and thereby covered by the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, that is ICERD. In March 2013, now I have to come back very like recently, the United Nations Secretary General endorsed the guidance note on racial discrimination and protection of minorities, setting out a framework for United Nations action with a view to ensuring a comprehensive and coherent United Nations approach on racial discrimination and protection of minorities from headquarters to regional and country presences. The guidance note contains 19 recommendations for the United Nations system on how to address racial discrimination and protection of minorities in line with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Declaration on the rights of people belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, and other key standards. The guidance note also recommends that United Nations action and policies should reflect the fact that persons targeted for discrimination based on descent, in particular caste based discrimination and related practices, are in a number of contexts in a particularly marginalized position and in need of focused attention. The tool is a first of its kind to directly address caste and forms part of an action plan to support the implementation of the recommendations contained in the guidance note of the UN Secretary General on racial discrimination and protection of minorities. In 2004, the Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance, Dudu Dien, had included the caste system in the list of political platforms which promote or incite racial discrimination. At a 2006 International Conference on Dalit Rights in The Hague, Chin Sung Cho, Special Rapporteur on Discrimination on the Basis of Work and Descent, noted in 2002 Third General Recommendation 26 stated the committee strongly condemns descent-based discrimination as a basis as discrimination on the basis of caste and a system of inherited status which is a violation of the convention. In a report for India, the former UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Rights, Ms. Rita Itzhak-Nitae, stated that there is a complexity in talking about casteism in minority rights framework, but pointed out that caste affected groups shared minority like characteristics, particularly their non dominant and often marginalized positions, that's stigma. She further stated that I respect India's opinion, and as I highlighted, lower caste groups often self identify as minorities, and in many situations, they are indeed clearly religious or ethnic minorities in classic terms, and have historically used the minority rights framework and therefore sought the support of my mandates since its establishment to claim their rights. With the identity of communities discriminated based on work and descent, globally there are now 260 million people, which includes Dalits, Roma, Buraku, Kuilambo, and Ozu people, and those similarly discriminated based on work and descent across the world. These communities, especially women, face the problem of caste based exclusion, segregation, and violence. Caste is also an important determinant of intergenerational poverty due to exclusion from access to development and rule of law. Discrimination based on work and descent and other forms of discrimination are not only human rights violations but also major obstacles to achieving development. Inequalities inevitably diminish development gains are among root causes of armed conflicts. Ineffective allocation of human resources due to discrimination based on work and descent distorts the labor market and affects the efficiency of an economy. It is a sad reality that, again, people affected by it are left behind unaddressed in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So, I would like to therefore recommend three recommendations. The first is the community is discriminated based on work and descent to be seen with the lens of minority in the context of India and Nepal, as they don't have a clout vis a vis the percentage of their population and they continue to face discrimination, segregation, exclusion, and violence due to their social identities based on work and descent. The status of communities discriminated based on work and descent needs a global recognition. Therefore, visits and submissions of country visits reports by the UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues will substantiate that the people discriminated based on work and descent are minorities. The need to have a special desk under UN Minorities Fellowship Program will give space and recognition to the work of human rights defenders and activists addressing discrimination based on work and descent. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my concerns on this important theme. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Manjula Pradeep, for your presentation and especially for those two recommendations that you made. Clearly, one on the contributing to the normative framework as well as on the question of implementation. Thank you. We'll move on now to the second expert on the panel, and I request Ms. Nina Mariani Noor, Program Executive at globalfx.net and lecturer in the School of Graduate Studies, UI and Sunan Kaliaga, to kindly take the floor, please.
Thank you, Sajid. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon. Okay, in this, I'm very honored to be here to share about my experience on how to educating people on minority rights using the media. Okay, so as this is the forum is Asia Pacific Regional Forum on Minorities 2022 for the commemorated of 30th anniversary adoption of the UN Declaration on Minority Rights. So with the theme review, rethink, and reform. So in how to moving forward, reforming the protection and implementation of the minority rights framework. So I'd like to share about how minorities in media, what can minorities do in media, and also later the states. So as we know today, minorities in media, so there are domination of majority in mainstream media as well as in social media. So many media, business-powered media, tend to prioritize the concerns of the majority over those of minority. Therefore, minority are be silenced. So silencing minority from national, ethnic, religious, and language minorities, they don't have their chance to express their rights in media. The minority community having a limited capability to become visible on social media or even produce the algorithm that might make them audible and visible. So it led to negative portray about minorities among people. And consequently, there are more attacks on social media because of weak social power for minorities, and it can lead to attacks in real life. Not only it started from social media, but it come to the real life. Now, because of those media, how media portray minorities, so it saw that how people treat minorities. People tend to ignorance about minorities, and they also neglect the existence of the minorities. And there are a lot of misleading information about minorities, minorities from ethnic, linguistic, or religious. For example, if in Indonesia, so there are a lot of misleading information about religious minorities such as Ahmadiyya, and it makes people having their own prejudice about those minority groups, and it led to soft repression for minority, hate speech in social media, and then discrimination in both by the state or by people, and persecution also happen because of the misleading information about minority. And if we talk about media, actually voices of minority can be in two sides. Inside, they can use it inside their own groups, and outside. Inside minority, they can use media platform, social media now, in order to strengthen their identity, awareness, their language, their cultural production, and historic heritage. For example, in Europe, there are Kasubian minority that they have in who living in Polish. They have like a website, so translated their culture and uses as social to present so their folklore and promote their contemporary identity. And they also minority can use educate their own people, their own members about their culture, their language, and they can use media, social media to do networking among minority and within their own minority. From outside, the voices of minority can show their identity. They can show their existence to other group, to outside minority, introducing their identity, introducing their culture, their language, belief, and others. Now, if we see this situation, so what actually can we do for this? So we see that ignorance from majority bring about several difficulties for minority, such as discrimination, repression, and persecution. Media play a significant role in introducing the minority community in order to people know how their existence, understand their culture, their language, and also in case of religious minority, uh, media can introduce the minority belief. Actually, it is an opportunity to minorities to become more visible on social media, so they can produce the algorithm that may make them more visible and more audible. Minorities can create a movement in social media using hashtag or creating website or blog introducing their groups. Minorities should get support from state and civil society in this case. I will give one example case in Indonesia because I come from Ahmadiyya Muslim community. It is a minority, religious minority in Indonesia. So in 1998 to 2018, so we experienced in online media, in online we got frequently got hate speech, bullying, etc., and also prejudice and false information about Ahmadiyya. And if in offline, there were a lot of discrimination and persecution. We got our mosques attacked, or the government give like a regulation that discriminate Ahmadiyya community. Then now today, from 2020 to now, the situation is quite different. So in online, there are decreasing number of hate speech and bullying on Ahmadiyya. So if we search Ahmadiyya, so we it used to be the first we can find it Ahmadiyya is deviant, but today the first is not Ahmadiyya is deviant. It's already changing, and in online, in offline, I mean in real life, get more Ahmadiyya community now is getting more attention and can access their rights that used to be inaccessible in the past, such as we used to become register our marriage in the office in the state, but now we can register, and we didn't get our ID card, but today we already get it. Actually, why now we are moving forward, getting better? Because because in 2015, Ahmadiyya community do several activities to introduce themselves to Indonesian people, both offline and online. In offline, they introduce themselves coming to the government, to state apparatus, to civil society, and having network with other Muslim organization. In Indonesia, there are two biggest Muslim organization from Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah. And Ahmadiyah now having good relationship with those two civil societies. In online, Ahmadiyah, they creating several websites and very active in social media, introducing themselves and portraying themselves. What is Ahmadiyya community is, using put literally naming Ahmadiyya or using name that popular or familiar for Indonesian people. So I come to my recommendation based on the experience. So people tend to hate, discriminate, and even persecute minorities because of their ignorance. Therefore, educating people about minorities, about their existence, about their right is urgent. Educating people on the existence and characteristic of minority communities make them realize the visibility and understand the rights of minorities. Since the existence of media remains vital to the society, it is essential that the media industry should first serve the interests of society, in particular in providing for the needs of minority groups and the vulnerable. Lastly, the state and civil societies should support minorities by giving them a safe space for minorities to introduce themselves to people. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And really appreciate your focus on media and the role that media plays and can potentially play in greater promotion and protection of minorities. Also, thank you for your recommendations, especially on the question of educating people. And maybe as we progress forward in the conversation, we'll try to challenge some of these ideas about how education can actually happen, but also the other point about self-space and how states and civil society should be able to provide that space to minority groups. Thank you very much. Now, with that, I think we'll begin to open the floor to participants. As I mentioned earlier on, interventions will be limited to about 2 to 3 minutes. We'll take interventions in the order that the hands are raised. And I'm just wondering, Sean, how we begin to invite people in. Are there any hands raised?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Sajad, if you click on the users button at the top of your screen, you'll see the list of participants and you'll see the hands raised.
Of course. Thank you very much. Right. So first to the left, top of the list is Ambassador Dr. Haitham Bousaid. May I request Ambassador Bousaid to kindly take the floor?
Yes. Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
One second. Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you for the floor. In fact, I missed the session yesterday because of the time zone, and I got confused a little bit. I have a little short interaction to deliver. I was supposed to do it yesterday, but anyhow. First of all, unifying the efforts of ethnic and religious minority in the Arab world is very important in seeking to find radical solutions and sustainable security for them. With the need to seek to bring this issue into the Arab and international public opinion by laying the first building blocks for the establishment of a Council for Minorities in the Middle East and the rest of the regions, each separately, to begin work in defense of ethnic, religious, linguistic, and sectarian minorities. Shaping and revealing the issue of ethnic minorities worldwide must go into two ways. The first, within the region itself, through civil society organizations that must have an active role in publicizing this problem. And the second, at the international level, through taking to the relevant international organization in this regard. Opening this file of minorities worldwide realistically, instead of talking about them individually from each country or region, does not mean a revolution against state institutions, and this is very important to point out in this session, but rather how to fuse them in the society by taking effective productive rights. It makes it easier to solve the problem. And in this regard, the release of detainees held after unfair trial or without adequate procedural guarantees is an essential premise for what we have mentioned above, noting that many of these prisoners in some counties that have lacked judicial oversight have been detained because of their political opinions or their peaceful criticism of government policy. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bosaid. May I now give the floor to Xiao Ying?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay. Thank you for giving me the floor. This is Zhao Xiaojing, a teacher from University from China. I'm a Tibetan. My father is a Tibetan. I'm a beneficiary of Chinese minority education rights protection, and many Tibetan women like me. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the UNDM. It's of great significance to recall and look forward to the protection of the rights of ethnic minorities. The protection of minority rights needs more communication and understanding, and it also needs to keep pace with the times. So I wanna share a topic that is the possibility and the significance of promoting the ethnic minority rights protection in the age of big data. And first, let me introduce one of China's current ethnic policies is to build a common spiritual homeland and promote extensive exchanges and communication among all ethnic groups. And present data, maybe we can say social media or another cyberspace undoubtedly provides more opportunities to promote the participation of ethnic minorities in social governance and providing a platform for ethnic minorities share different culture and also realize economic development rights. Taking Tibetan teenager Ding Zhen's popularity on the internet as an example, the diversification of media in the area of big data provides a platform for ethnic minorities to share their culture and life. It can help majority and minority understand each other and increase the self-confidence of ethnic minorities. In brief, we should use more platforms and channels to realize the participation rights of ethnic minorities and create a social governance model of co-construction, co-governance, and sharing. Maybe that is a good approach to eliminate discrimination and resolve conflicts. That's all. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Xiaoying. And the next speaker that I'd like to request the floor to is Maharjan Runa. Maharjan Runa, you have the floor, please.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Namaste, my name is Runa Moharzan and I work as Human Rights Officer at National Human Rights Commission of Nepal. So regarding this issue, regarding the ways of moving forward, I believe that there should be both temporary special measures and permanent special measures. So there might be various temporary special measures like representation of people from minorities in civil service, as parliamentarians, and also as a members in the political party as well, so that they can give voice to their community. That would be one way forward. And another way forward is I think that moral education should be prioritized in the schools and colleges so that students can be aware about the impact of caste-based discrimination and also learn to respect all types of work, and they would not be guided by the prejudices set by the society. Furthermore, I believe that economic empowerment is a must for the minorities. That is why I think that government states should be made obliged to provide various types of loan schemes or various types of entrepreneurship work or opportunities to people from minorities community. That would be all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And before I request the next participant, may I urge the audience to kindly participate actively in this session. The whole point of this session is to try to generate as many recommendations as we can. The basic objective is essentially to try to reflect on our own, everyone's experiences, specifically from the Asia Pacific region, and to try to learn from those and contribute to recommendations for changes to the norms and implementation of the international minority rights framework. So I urge everyone to do please consider making a statement. You can keep them short, 2 to 3 minutes. We'd be particularly interested to hear from you on the question of the role of media in the protection and promotion of minority rights, as well as the role of businesses or other international economic institutions, including development aid, in putting these agendas on these issues on the agenda, the question of minority rights on the international agenda. Also, how do we engage existing transnational networks, civil society organizations, academia, international organizations, to address identified gaps in minority protection regimes? So please, everybody, really appreciate your contributions right now. And you can by just raising your hand and being able to participate. Well, the next speaker that I'd like to call upon is Spakova Andrea. Spakova Andrea, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. I'm Andrea Spakova, and I speak on behalf of Manusia Foundation based in Thailand. Far too often, minority groups and indigenous peoples are put at the margins of society and at the bottom of society's wealth inequality pyramid due to colonialism, nationalism, patriarchy, racism, discrimination, and caste systems. That puts them at a particular risk when encountered with business activities that don't respect international human rights standards, and their position is made even more vulnerable through the unequal impacts of climate change these frontline communities often experience. For too long, the international community relied on voluntary commitments, pledges, and non-binding international standards to manage the operations of business entities. But up until now, none of these has been able to protect Asia's minorities and indigenous peoples from the disastrous negative impacts of extractive industries, infrastructural mega projects, or tourism development, among others. Minority and indigenous environmental defenders also face harassment, threats, criminalization, and extrajudicial killings by businesses when defending their rights, livelihoods, and land. Sufficient protection and respect to their right to life, freedoms of expression, and association must be ensured. Together with tackling new threats brought about by the climate emergency, unequally impacting already marginalized groups, we must create a strong international, legally binding framework regulating business activities that is incorporated into national legislation. This is the key in protecting the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples. People and the planet must be put over profit. As such, Manusia Foundation puts forward the following recommendations. 1. To ensure effective protection of the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples, states must promptly adopt the international legally binding instrument on transnational corporations containing provisions on mandatory human rights due diligence. 2. International economic institutions such as World Bank must adopt and apply robust safeguards compliant with international human rights standards protecting the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples. 3. States must commit to effective protection of minority and indigenous human rights defenders, especially when the rights to the environment and natural resources are concerned. 4. All states must also recognize indigenous peoples' collective right to self-determination and their free, prior, and informed consent. These two elements must also apply to any climate action that impacts indigenous peoples and local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Andrea, and thank you. Much appreciate those specific and very clear recommendations. Can I now request Yang to kindly take the floor, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Please
Dear
go ahead.
moderator and all participants, I'm Yang Yang from National Ethnic Affairs Commission of China, and I would like to make the following introduction based on China's practice on ethnic work. Chapter 2 of Minority Rights International Standards and Guidance for Implementation stresses effective and meaningful participation. The participation includes all aspects of the national life. In terms of effective and meaningful participation, China has issued and implemented lots of policies and measures, and achieved great success in practice. All ethnic groups in China enjoy equal rights of participating in national affairs and development, moving steadily towards the goal of common prosperity. Due to historical and natural factors, most ethnic minority regions in China had long been comparatively underdeveloped, with quite a large poor population. In the new era, China fought a decisive battle against poverty, adopted a series of poverty alleviation measures, such as developing industry, creating job opportunities, improving education and health care, and relocating the poor from inhospitable areas. Taking cases of ethnic minority areas for example, Xinjiang spends more than 70% of its general public budget every year on ensuring and improving people's well-being. Tibet's education and funds were directed more to basic education and vocational education in poor areas to improve school conditions and education quality there. These measures have achieved effective and remarkable results. By the end of 2020, extreme poverty has been eradicated in China. More than 31 million rural people in minority regions living below the current poverty line had emerged from poverty. The people in these areas have more chances and sufficient capabilities to participate in the economic, social, and cultural life. In addition, China has won the battle against the extreme poverty and achieved the poverty alleviation goals set on the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development 10 years ahead of the schedule. Currently, China has launched and is implementing the strategy of rural revitalization, which aims to build rural areas with thriving business, an eco-friendly environment, social etiquette and civility, effective governance, and a better life. There are 160 key counties to receive assistance in pursuing rural revitalization. Tibet and Xinjiang enjoy the preferential policies accordingly. To sum up, China is committed to boosting human rights with development and securing economic, social, cultural, educational, and eco-environmental rights in an all-round way. People, including ethnic minorities, participate in and benefit from this kind of progress. It is a vivid practice on the concept of the rights to subsistence and development as the primary and fundamental human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now request Sulang Zuma to take the floor, please? Sulang Zuma, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's so great to be here too. And yes, I'm just going to share a few of my point about the bilingual education of the minority in China. And I actually I am a minority in China and the Tibetan peoples. And so today I'm going to talk about the bilingual education of Tibetan peoples in China. The Tibetan language actually was coined by the Tomi Sambodja in 17th century, and after that it has become the common language in Tibetan areas of China. And 2021 marks the 70th anniversary of the peaceful liberation of Tibet. And over the 70 years, the Tibetan has attached great importance to minority languages and cultures, and including Tibetan language, and promoted Tibetan cultural heritage and development through the bilingual educations. So the first part I'm going to say that the study and the use of the Tibetan language is actually protected by the law, lots of lots of the national laws. Tibetan language is not only a very important tool for the Tibetan peoples to communicate their feelings and their thoughts, but also a very important career of Tibetan cultural transmissions. And as we know, all ethnic groups in China have the freedom to use and develop their own language and script, and this is very obviously stipulated in the lots of the national laws, such as the constitution, laws on the regional ethnic autonomy, law on compulsory education, laws on the common state language and scripture. Especially for the Tibetan autonomous regions, the cities, according to this kind of the national laws, it is promulgated and implemented the certain regulations on the learning, use, and development of the Tibetan language in the Tibetan Autonomous Region in 1987, and which is revised in 2002. The regulation actually is obviously stipulated that the Tibetan language is a common language and the script of the Tibetan autonomous regions, and the autonomous regions adheres to the principle of equality of language and script of all ethnic groups and maintains the unity of the legal system of languages and script. And on top of this, the regulation also clearly stipulated that the Tibetan language and the common state language and script shall have the equal effect when state organs at all levels in the Tibetan autonomous regions perform their duties. And apart from these kind of things, it is also stipulated that it's a compulsory education stage, the Tibetan language and the national common language and script shall be used in the basic educational and teaching terms and characters. And courses in the Tibetan language and the national common language and script shall be offered. So the second part, I'm going to have a brief comparison of the Tibetan education today and in the past. In the older society of the Tibet, receiving the education was it's a thing of the upper class and also a thing of the monks. But right now, it presently in the modern society of the Tibet, education, every people in the Tibetan autonomous regions can have the right to get better education, and all of this due to the Chinese government attached great importance to the safeguarding the Tibetan people's right to get educations. Especially, and here I want to talk about say the model of the bilingual education in Tibetan areas. The bilingual teaching in Tibetan and Chinese is carried out in all schools in Tibetan areas. At primary schools, is also in the middle schools, including the inline Tibetan middle schools, have the Tibetan language courses, and other courses are taught in Chinese. Tibetan language is also listed as kinds of like the exam subject in college and secondary vocational school entrance exams. So it is also some figures in the final schools. So I want to say that through the bilingual education, the Tibetan language and script have been widely popularized, and the Tibetan children have entered a very totally new and very wider world. And I think the Tibetan cultures have been better under the model, under the system, the bilingual education system. Thank you. This is my sharing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for those details. And I would urge future speakers to kindly also help us with a few recommendations. Right. Thank you very much. The next speaker that I'd like to request to speak is Banskar Shakti Kumar. Mr. Kumar, you have the floor.
Am I audible? Um, I would like to point out that during the coronavirus outbreak, there was a tendency to demonize Muslims, and they were put in a way that Muslims are in fact spreading coronavirus, and it was being done in India, and the media outlets of Nepal also copied that trend, and they started doing the same thing without any proof and without any substantive proof at that time. So what we find that it is necessary to make the media of Nepal sensitive in the way that they understand the community better before writing something on them. Right now, until this time, we think we have found that they have a lot of misinformation themselves. That's why when they try to write something about Muslim community, there is nothing. There are wrong information in them, and at the same time, if we want to give some right information, there is a tendency that it is not getting published. So my recommendations are right now that we have to produce people from Muslim community who can write on the behalf of community to represent the rights of community. And the second recommendation is making the media sensitive enough to understand the issues of Muslims before writing it down or before ignoring them. I would rather put it. And a third thing that Muslims are most backward community of Nepal, according to Human Development Report 2014. And the best way possible for the upliftment of Muslim is education. However, through the vicious cycle of poverty, they are not able to arise from this situation. And the best possible way is to grant them education, higher education, so that they can sustain themselves, and at the same time they become conscious enough to represent their community. So my third recommendation is providing Muslims the opportunity to higher education on a scholarship basis, on free basis. And my fourth recommendation is there should be enough research available on Muslim communities of Nepal so that their conditions can be represented in a factual way. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and really appreciate those clear recommendations. Um, we have another hand. Well, I just thought I saw a hand up, and then it's gone. So currently, right, you do. You are there, aren't you? Key Peng. Yes, please. You have the floor.
Yes, thanks for the floor. I'm Qiu Peng from the International Department of National Ethnic Affairs Commission. I'm glad to share with you China's practices and experience on strengthening transnational cooperation and exchanges on the protection of minority rights. For a long time, National Ethnic Affairs Commission has attached great importance to strengthening ethnic exchanges and cooperation in the protection and development of minority rights with counterpart government agencies of other countries as well as the concerned UN entities. Here are some practices and experience in the regard. First, to set up an international section in the competent agency dealing with ethnic minority affairs. As put in Article 6 of the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, to enhance international exchanges in this regard, helps to deepen mutual understanding, share governance experience, and strengthen pragmatic cooperation in safeguarding minorities' rights at home and abroad. Therefore, it is important to set up a section responsible for international exchanges with professional staff and a special budget. This sets the basis for transnational and transregional exchanges and cooperation, as well as for the building of networks. Second, institutionalized exchange mechanism should be established. Such mechanism or relations can be set up through ways such as signing agreements, so as to define the contents and forms of exchanges, which can include exchanges and cooperation on ethnic minority affairs governance, economic and social development in ethnic minority areas, traditional culture preservation and minority education, personnel training, as well as academic discussions, etc. In the agreement, clauses to support relevant non-governmental organizations and academic institutions to strengthen international exchanges and cooperation can also be included in order to promote friendly interaction at all levels. The Special Rapporteur and relevant UN entities may provide platforms for and leverage their positive roles in this regard. For example, opportunities for mutual acquaintance and understanding can be provided for relevant agencies in minority forums and regional forums. Third, international exchanges should be carried out with the support of pragmatic cooperative projects on the basis of equality and mutual respect, and according to national realities and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, practical cooperation should be strengthened and joint efforts to be made to promote the implementation of relevant contents in international instruments. The Chinese government has taken effective policies and measures in eliminating poverty among ethnic minorities, preserving and inheriting ethnic minority cultures, and promoting ethnic unity and progress. In recent years, National Ethnic Affairs Commission has launched seminars concerning the above subjects for foreign officials and experts from neighboring and developing countries to share and exchange ideas and practices, which have received positive results and favorable feedback. We hope that the Special Rapporteur and the relevant UN entities may play a more active role in promoting practical cooperation so as to enrich and support the development of international networks in this regard. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for those recommendations. Well, we have 2 hours allocated for the session. We're almost just over an hour in, so we still have a lot of time. I don't see any hands right now, so maybe it's a good idea to circle back to the panelists to try to dig a bit deeper. So I'm going to be posing a couple of questions to our panelists, Manjula Pradeep and Nina Mariani Noor, and maybe spend 10-15 minutes there, and hopefully by then we'll have more hands up, etc., and then we can carry on with further participation from the floor. So with that in mind, I wanted to request you, Manjula Pradeep, kindly to try to and thanks for the presentation, the main presentation that you made, really helpful. Just wanted to explore with you particularly the 2 or 3 questions that we have here, which would be good to try to address, which was really the role of media in the protection and promotion of minority rights. Now we've heard from panelists, as yourselves, as well as several speakers, how hate speech, particularly against minorities, and the role of media, mainstream media, social media, etc. We know how in the region, in the South Asia region, but the wider Asia Pacific region, media has played a negative role. So that's established. What I wanted to explore with you was really, is this a completely unmitigated disaster? Is there a way in which media can also be an ally in the protection and promotion of minority rights? Are there examples? Are there insights that you have? Are there ideas for how we could take the help of media to counter the trend as we speak? Ms. Noor had mentioned in one of her recommendations the role of education being critical. Are there other aspects to this question that you'd like to touch on and give us some thoughts on? Thank you, and please take your time. Ms. Manjula Pradeep.
Okay, I think I will, because Manjula have technical issues. Okay, I will add more about how. So my recommendation, educating people through the media. But at first, actually, for example, in Indonesia, from a lot of media that are in Indonesia, only small number of media who care, who like have information about minorities. In Indonesia, there is one case, one extraordinary case actually in Indonesia. There is a one person who was the governor of Jakarta. So in Indonesia, he is minority, put from ethnic and also from religious. So he's from Christian and Chinese, Indonesian Chinese. And then at that time, because of the media, so the media make him people hate speech in the media. So the media show that he did blasphemy on Islam. So the media saw that. So because of the media, and then all people, almost many Muslim Indonesia got angry at that time because of the media and asked the state to take the this governor to the jail. And yes, and he did the trial, and now then he got in the jail for two years because of the blasphemy of religion, because uh, people accused him for blasphemy to Islam. So that's why I recommend that there should be media that giving priority to the society. So having media, and first before that, of course, we have to educate people in media first. So because the journalists have, they have to have knowledge about pluralism, about multiculturalism, and about the minorities, so that if they have this knowledge, of course it will make them more aware about the existence of minorities, and it will make them give the news that not make the minorities more vulnerable. So that's first. So that's why in this forum I said that educating people. So educating people, I mean here it's not only people in majority, of course, but we can use different way of educating people. And in other way also, actually the minority themselves, they also can educate people. Of course, nowadays we have social media, everybody actually can access it. For example, in Indonesia, most people, they have their own social media, both in Instagram, in Twitter, in um, YouTube, and nowadays TikTok, I think. So actually they can use this to promote protection of minority rights. So this is my point. And So I think that's all. Later I will add more. Thank you, Sajad.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Manjula, if you're back, and if you can hear me, um, are you there, Manjula? Hello.
I'm there. I just wanted to listen from you. So how do I respond to, yeah, because I couldn't hear to what you said. Yeah, sorry.
No, 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 no. Yeah. I mean, the question that I was hoping to put to you was, we know that media has mostly not played a great role when it comes to protecting the, either the recognition or the protection of minorities. The question really is there any hope there? Are there, based on your own work, as well as your research, understanding, experience, are there examples where media could actually become an ally uh, in the fight for protection of minorities?
Thank you for your question, Sajad. I think media has played a very important role in highlighting and visibilizing the issues of the community where I come from the people who are affected by caste-based discrimination in the context of India. Um, we have come a long way in terms of how our issues and our rights are being portrayed by the mainstream media and also by the alternate media, including social media. I think mainstream media, it took us a lot of time to recognize that Dalit rights are human rights. So we had travel and journeyed through a situation where we were portrayed as somebody who are anti-nationals or those who are trying to defame our own country at the international level and also in the United Nations. We have been challenged by the media itself because they are in the hands of the so-called dominant caste and communities, where they have raised that issue and created a kind of a boundary around us of our visibility of seen as not only as anti-nationals but a threat to the nation. And that has impacted our work, where we many of us have lost our foreign contribution regulation act license, so we cannot get international funding from the donor agencies who support the work of the Dalit rights in the context of India. uh, but on the other side, I would say that there are some sensitive and sensible people within the mainstream media who have understood that how important it is to lay forward the issues of Dalit communities and also Dalit women and Dalit children. Because ultimately, the media plays a very important role in terms of highlighting the challenges which we face. So, there is a national media, there is a local media, and there is also an international media. I must say that international media has played a very important role in terms of raising our issues and also understanding how important it is to be addressed at the international fora, including United Nations. So we have got a very strong support from them. National media, yes, to some extent, but again, they are also in the control of political parties. And I think what we have been able to achieve is the using social media as a platform for all of us. And I think that's what we did through the Dalit Human Rights Defenders Network. During the COVID times, we were knowing that the caste atrocities are not going to stop. And during the 2020 lockdown in India because of COVID, we decided that we will launch a social media campaign titled as No Lockdown on Caste Atrocities. And we highlighted cases of extreme forms of violence against Dalits and Dalit women on the social media, on our social media platform of DHRD.net. And we highlighted 60 cases of atrocities from 7 states of India. And I must say that that was important because we also wanted collaborative efforts from other national networks and international bodies, and we got a lot of support. And within that social media campaign, we decided to develop a report around that. And we published a book on the same title last year in March 2021. And I think that report is important for us because that report is also having a specific petition for the United Nations. So we had an online petition to submitting recommendations to the UN agencies and the human rights councils as well. So we have that petition, we have that UN petition, we can call for action in that book. And last year we also did a social media campaign focusing on caste-based sexual violence and state impunity, highlighting 70 cases of extreme forms of sexual violence against Dalit women and girls. As you know, there was a big gang rape and murder of a young Dalit girl in Uttar Pradesh. I think that campaign itself was very important, which went for 1.5 months, and we have documented the campaign through a research report titled caste-based sexual violence and state impunity. And I think these reports are very important for us because now we realize that how much the media is interested. But again, I would like to say that the national media is not so much interested, rather than the online media, which really showcases the issues of Dalits and Dalit women in the context of India. So I think role of media is very important. And the last thing I would like to say is we us ourselves from our community are also becoming writers and journalists, and I think that's very important because we have our own portals, we have our own blogs, and we have our own media which supports the work of anti-caste movement in the context of India. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for all those very useful insights. There's much material to work with there. Well, the next question that I wanted to pose to both of you panelists was the role of businesses and other international economic institutions, including development aid, in putting these issues on the agenda. Now, the way we look at businesses, again, also in the context of hate speech, social media, corporations, etc., but also how large corporations might be complicit in many forms of violations against minorities. Would you have some thoughts on how and what roles businesses can play? What is it that should be that the international community and civil society organizations, both grassroots as well as regional and global, should be doing to make businesses more responsible and more responsive to minority rights? And can I request Ms. Noor first, and then come back to you, Majula. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sajad. Okay, if we talk about business corporation, so if talk about business, so actually it will cover many people life. So it business, I think it should be inclusive. I mean inclusive, so not only take care of the majority, but also take care of the minority. Minority here can be national, ethnic, language, and religious, but also minority in other aspects, such as people with disabilities and then people with special need. So they also have to be covered by the business. For example, and another way that a business corporation can do in protecting and promoting minority rights is that they can have like program that they can have like social program for promoting the right of minority, as their CSR, so corporate social responsibility. So they can start it from in their own region, in their or area. So by admitting the worker from the minority in that in Indonesia actually, the I heard from one participant said about the how mining industry in Indonesia, particularly in Papua. So I know that, but now the government try to like the to push them to how to call also people, but mostly yes, I admit that mostly who work there is Javanese, so the majority in Indonesia. But Papua, the indigenous people, they rarely join in this corporation. Actually, I admit that in Indonesia. That's why I I I suggest that the business they have to be inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Manjula, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Sajjad. I think it's a very important question and concern for us who are minorities in the global fora. I think business and human rights have always been a very core and integral part of anti-caste movement, because ultimately our lives are being surrounded around the kind of work we do. Like my father's ancestors were skinning dead animals. So the identity which we come through is also of impure people and people who don't have knowledge and don't have skills, technical skills, when because you're talking about business and human rights. So in India, I think India doesn't have that framework of human rights related to business. So we, as International Dalit Solidarity Network, where I'm also part of that network, we are bringing business and human rights together because it's very important looking at the globalization processes and how our own governments are having multinational treaties and bilateral agreements, and where the international companies are not aware about caste-based discrimination, and how 200 million people in the context of India are impacted because of their identities, and they're not able to achieve those development and because of their social identity as impure or defiled, and some people who don't have technical skills. Because as you know, because of the caste system, majority of our communities are forced to do heinous work, just like cleaning of human excrement with bare hands, which is called as manual scavenging. We are a majority of our communities are into bonded labor and forced labor, and that also impacts the entire aspect of where do we stand in terms of business and human rights. Our human rights are impacted because of our identities, and that creates an inequality based on our social identities, impacting the economic disparity, where our people are unemployed, they are into internal displacement and also into forced labor. And as you know, during the pandemic, the highest numbers of people who migrated across the country uh, because of the lockdown, and they have were pushed back to come to their place of source, where from our communities. And there was no policy which was drafted in terms of looking into their lives and how their lives were impacted because of the pandemic. Were they able to survive during the pandemic, and were they able to take care of their families because they lost their livelihoods? And I think there comes human rights with the framework of livelihood. I think business comes little later, but I think the most important aspect is how do the companies uh, create their own ways of framing a policy where they ensure that there is non-discrimination based on work and descent. And because if you are not able to recognize caste within the human rights framework, why don't you accept discrimination based on work and descent? And apart from that, I would say that we have come a long way in terms of highlighting our issues with regard to business and human rights. We have Ambedkar principles, which basically is a document which the the multinational corporations who are not from India need to go through it, and which is available on IDSN's website. That how do you decide on when you do a multilateral treaty our own country, and what kind of standings do you have, and where do you say that we won't compromise with regard to recruitment of the people into those companies. And I think it's high time that people like from the communities where I represent given should be given that recognition and should be there at the top level, because ultimately we as Dalit entrepreneurs, we are a very small percentage in our country. And the fact is that majority of the people who represent our communities, they lack those skills, and even if they though they have those skills, they will be undermined, and they will be forced to do those occupations, or those tasks will be given to them in those companies, because those companies are headed by dominant caste people who don't recognize that we also have skills, we also have knowledge. And I think that's where is the time where which needs to be understood, that it's high time that we as Dalits, we have our own priorities, we have our own standing, we have our own knowledge and skills. And I think businesses and those corporations take into account that there's a time which has come that we need to stop that change of vicious cycle of creating that kind of situation, that those who are powerful and who are from the dominant caste continues to remain wealthier, and they keep our communities doing those work which are heinous and which are against the human dignity.
Fascinating discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. And maybe at this point, let's take a moment, and I just wanted to welcome everybody in the audience to, based on what the panelists have just said on the two specific questions of the role of media and business, are there any observations, any recommendations, any follow-up that anyone in the audience would like to contribute with, please? I think this conversation is really going very well, and I welcome all of you to contribute to it, please. I have one more question to pose to the panelists before we come around to the final round. But right, I see Maharjan Runa, please. Maharjan Runa, you have the floor. You're muted in case you're trying to speak.
Am I?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah, you have the floor, please.
Very huge role of business for the promotion and protection of their rights, because and other than that, I believe that business or the corporate houses has the responsibility to ensure that they are not involved in the human rights violation or human rights abuses, and they actually are working for the promotion and protection of human rights, which is also one of the guiding principles of business and human rights. And it is not merely the concept of corporate social responsibility, as per my opinion, because these things, like these notions, should be advanced as per the time and necessity as well. So regarding the role of media, I think that press councils of the country should be very active to see that whether any press and any media houses are responsible in spreading fake news, or they're in the rush of publishing news to gain that publicity, and they're not reporting the news correctly. So I personally believe that press councils are supposed to be held responsible for these kind of activities. Furthermore, I believe that in the present situation, there are various instances where messages are spreading like a wildfire through social media, and these are actually unchecked. There can be various fake messages which can be which are pressed very rapidly. So I think that the states should develop the mechanism to keep these fake messages in check as well. So that would be my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I see another hand up. Banskar Shakti Kumar. Mr. Kumar, please.
In context of Nepal, when we see the media role as a recommendation has been made that there is a press council which must control if any media is doing wrong. Yeah, there have been some instances when the fake news was being circulated through some online media, and it is very easy to open one online media over here. And press council did some action here in Nepal in context of Nepal, but I was surprised when the top newspapers they just copy the trend which is going on in our neighboring country, and they just write about Muslims without fact checking what they are writing. So this is something. This trend is something which is troublesome, which I have found. So when I was talking about making the media sensitive, I have seen that it would be not far fetched if I say that most of the people who control media or the educated group from the universities and others. When it comes to know about comes to the understanding about Muslims, they are literally illiterate sometimes. So the arguments which they put forward, it is the Muslims sometimes find it very amusing, but at the same time they cannot refute those claims, cannot refute those arguments, because they are not given proper place in the right platform. Either that is a national human rights commission, or that is a national other national or international platform. So Muslims do not get the voice to put their concern or put their reputation to uh, give the correct message about the community. Also, there is an instance when Muslim Commission of Nepal had been submitted a letter about the open hate speech by some prominent people, and they have written to Home Ministry. Uh, Still, the letter was given, a memorandum was submitted before 3 years, before 2 years, but still those hate mongers are continuing. Their social media is not checked. No action has been taken on them, and they are continuing doing this thing. So what we see, that it is not something like there is some concern that it has to be immediately stopped, it has to be immediately checked out, and the inaction goes on for 2 years, and during that time a lot of people are misinformed through those people. So, what should we do? Means there has been some violent conflict due to this continuous misinformation which is going on through those accounts of those social accounts. So, I think there has to be some better action rather than some promises, some fake promises, and we cannot just sit and watch it. When it comes to the right about the right of Dalits, we have been very vocal. About the right of other minorities, we have been very vocal. But about when it comes to about the right of Muslims, I don't find the proper a platform where people are engaged to talk about those rights. So I think we have to consider these things first when we are talking about the people of Nepal. I'm talking about people of Muslims of Nepal right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I see Hir Abbasi. Hir Abbasi, you have the floor, please. Hir Abbasi, please. You just went muted if you're trying to speak. Hir Abbasi, you'd like to try, please? I see you are unmuted now. Right, I think Hir Abbasi is having some technical problems. Will come back. Let me go back to the panelists for one last round of questions, and this was really about your insights on how we engage existing transnational networks of friendly states, international organizations, civil society organizations, academics, and experts to address the identified gaps in the minority protection regime. Now, clearly, this minority forum, the Asia Pacific Forum, is a fantastic example of transnational network. What other ideas, suggestions, examples can you think of that might help with addressing the identified gaps in the regime? Can we maybe request Ms. Noor, please, and then Ms. Manjula?
Okay, thank you. Now, how now we can utilize our transnational network? Okay, I think a transnational network is very important to promote the protection of the right of minority groups. Because okay, for example, I give you example. Ahmadiyya community is a transnational community actually. Yeah, we are minority in Indonesia and in Pakistan, but we have network among us. So we have international network, and this network is very useful for us to promote our right. So when in my presentation I give you example how Ahmadiyya introduce themselves to community, to Indonesian people, and also to international people. So we use our when we use like promo campaigns, using social media, we use hashtag, and we ask the help and support from other Ahmadi in around the world. So we choose the exact time, the same time. For example, from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So we will do campaigns through social media. So we use it, and we all Ahmadi around the world at that time they will like make a tweet in Twitter with the hashtag, and it bring the issue of Ahmadiyya to people in media. So I think it's one example that we use as a minority. And another way of using this transnational network is yes, this minority forum is a quite very good forum for us among minorities from different language, ethnic, and religious minority group to share the experience, their best practice. So if they have that, and it can give like a site for other minority that they can practice it, they can use it in their area. Yeah, maybe we all have different in different region and in different country, but mostly the issues of minorities almost the same. We got the discrimination, we got persecution and repression. So we can share among us. And for example, for Dalit, so because decent work, so because the case, yeah, in Indonesia we don't have case, but the discrimination we can share how we try to get out from the discrimination. So actually, and then another network that we can use is international media. Like in actual the case almost the same with the in Dalit in India. National media in Indonesia rarely like promote the right of Ahmadiyya, but international media with the network they like show how the Ahmadiyya. So for example, in Indonesia there is BBC. BBC is an international media network that they like special issue about Ahmadiyya when Ahmadiyya was very in 2008. So when we were very more very difficult situation at that time, and BBC is like giving who is Ahmadiyya, what is Ahmadiyya, and then people uh, know more about Ahmadiyya. So this is the way how to try to fill the gap, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Really useful. Ms. Pradeep, if you could kindly. Manjula, can you hear us? Are you there?
Yeah,
Yes, please. You have the floor.
I think there was some technical problem from, yeah, that side, not from my side this time.
Uh,
1 minute. I think you have raised a very important intervention in terms of how do we see the role of CSOs, experts, international agencies with regard to the work we have been doing, raising the issue of discrimination based on work and descent. It's been 2 decades of our work internationally, globally, and there have been a lot of achievements with regard to the visibilizing of the issue of discrimination based on work and descent. We have got a platform in terms of saying that, as the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues have put in the chat box, that we have a platform now. So we have got the visibility. Now, where do we start from where? And I think the civil society organizations who are part of the anti-caste movements or discrimination based on work and descent have played their role. They are continuing to produce research reports focusing on the socio-economic, cultural, and political aspects affecting the rights of communities discriminated based on work and descent. Now, the point comes is that it's the international networks, the agencies who have highlighted and made the issue of caste and discrimination based on work and descent a global issue. So their role has been as a solid as something who somewhere playing the role of solidarity, also of substantiating the fact that this is not an internal problem of one particular country, but it's a global phenomenon. As what Noor was saying, that we are also a transnational community. We are not one focus on one particular community or one particular region or one particular country. So there are the treaty bodies or the special rapporteurs and the other experts who are there with us to support the work of elimination of discrimination based on work and distance, have submitted very important recommendations through their country reports and also through the reports of the treaty bodies. Now in my context, in the country where I represent, India, we the universal periodic review, it would be happening this year in November. So we have submitted shadow reports in through the support of other national networks, and I think that review is so important for us to see what developments have happened with regard to the previous 4 years of 5 years of the work which the our own country, our own government has been doing with regard to the recommendations which have been put forward under the UPR for India. Uh, there have been certain international opportunities which have been created, like there's a global forum of communities discriminated based on work and descent. I think that's a initiative which is so important and powerful, and we would be coming together in New York in end of June and early July, and that would be a very important mm, forum for us, because we would be strategizing and looking into how do we channelize our strengths, our own understanding of the work we have been doing internationally, globally, on the issue of discrimination based on work and descent, and how do we formulate a plan of action, how do we strategize in terms of saying that where do we feel is the time that we need to put forward for to ensure that it becomes more a global issue. Because still, when it comes to work and dissent, and when it comes to the issue of caste within the Indian uh, state, we do face that backlash. And I think it's high time that we as a global group and a global forum raises the bar of not saying that it is high time that it should be stopped from our own representatives, from our own governments, of saying that it's an internal problem. I think 2 decades is a long time where we do have substantive facts to prove that. As you know, that there was a UN report, UN women report, where it says that uh, the Dalit women in India die 14.6 years younger than the other women. So, what kind of information do you need? What kind to substantiate that the affirmative action policies which are there laid down for the protection of rights of people discriminated based on caste in the context of my country have not been able to achieve the result which have been put forward. So it's also to realize that the protection of the rights of people who are considered as minority in the UN framework and who are not seen as minority in a context of India, how it creates a kind of dichotomy for people like us who believe that we are, despite our own standing of seeing ourselves as someone who is discriminated because of our social identity. And when you see the largest democracy in the world, the country where I come from, and there are hundreds, like there are so many realities which have come out with regard to the issues of discrimination, 100 forms of untouchability practices, the discriminatory practices. And then when you see from, like, I'm not talking about the larger platform of the larger context, but when you're talking about, we are provinces, or we call them states within our own country, and each state has a situation where you are again a minority in terms of numeric minority. So when you say that our country, that we are 200 million and we are not a minority, but you have to see within the context of each of our country. I am talking about India, that we in each of our state, like the state where I come from, Gujarat, has just 6.74% of Dalit population. So we are a minority. The indigenous community are double than us. The religious minorities, Muslims, are more than us. So I think that framework has never been seen by with the lens of that framework. If our governments look at the issues of our community, and how do you raise the issue of intersectionality within the caste and the work and descent framework, because ultimately the women and girls from our communities, they face more hardships, and the realities which they go through is multi sectoral and also multi-dimensional. So it's not only discrimination, the kind of violence we go through, with which what comes out is that it's just a tip of the iceberg. The situation is much deeper and much cruel and much brutal, and some of us who have come up to a certain level are also being threatened and challenged. And it's not only the situation which arises in the context of India, but I think if you see the larger platform, whether it is Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, or any Japan, or any other diaspora, wherever you go, I think the percentage of women who represent the issue of discrimination based on work and descent and on caste, it's minute. It's a very small percentage of us who have students who are standing up for our rights. And I think the opportunity which I got in 2000 to represent my community in the UN was significant, because we were very small percentage, and the issues of women from my community were hardly raised. And we have come a long way, where we are doing research studies focusing on the issues of women who are discriminated based on work and descent, but it's not what achieved what we have been able to achieve. There's so much to be done in those countries like Yemen, Mauritania, and also there are other countries. Even, like, I don't have much information about Buraku women, or women who are into tea plantation in Sri Lanka. What is the situation women in Pakistan, I think, Malaysia. I think these all information needs to be taken up, and international agencies and the human rights, international human rights organization will play a very important role. And I think I should end by saying that how important it is that from local to global, that movement has has begun and for last 2 decades, but now we need to come up with concrete plan of strategies which includes doing strong documentation and also research based studies, which also leads us to realize that we are part of a global movement. And so my struggle and struggle of Noor are different because of our social identities, but ultimately when we see the human framework, we both are from the minority communities. So it's also that we come out from our own identity of community based on discriminated based on work and descent, but we also say that there is high time that all the minorities who are being recognized in the UN framework come together as a strong force. And so then we will have a larger strategy to plan around how do we support each other and create solidarity for each of us movements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That was really, really uh, uh, useful. We've almost run out of time, and I'm afraid I don't see anyone wanting to speak at this stage. So maybe we can move on to concluding the session, unless somebody has something to share. But I'd just like to say, what a fascinating discussion this has been. And I'm particularly grateful to our panelists. We were hoping to have three. We ended up with just the two of you, and we've not missed much. So really grateful for that. I see just one person wanting to say something, and if it's all right, I will allow Mr. Kumar to quickly take the floor, and then we get back to concluding. Mr. Kumar.
I will just say that such an insightful speech by Pradeep Manchula, because we can see that our problems are same all over the globe. We are living the life of a threatened person is being threatened because they are raising their voice. Means we are dominated, we are discriminated, and when we raise our voice, we are again threatened that do not raise. And it happens to me as well as we talk about here. Means I think there are only 2 or 3 people in Nepal who write about Muslims in national newspaper, and I'm one of them. And I have been told do not do that, otherwise there will be some consequences. So I want to raise the voice of my community so that the whole world sees what is happening over there. But at the same time, my throat is being pressed hard so that I do not speak. So I think this is the high time for international organizations to provide us platform, which I have been repeating throughout this program, that provide us opportunity so that we can put our voice at important places where we are not stopped from speaking, we are not stopped from showing the real face of our community, the condition of our community. So I would request again that please make the space like which I have asked, like the space for human rights defenders from Muslim community in Nepal under UN watch, so that we can speak, they can listen, and we can report it in the right way, at the right place at the right time. And if we do not speak immediately, uh, the situation which I am very concerned with is the condition is deteriorating very fast in Nepal. Means Muslims are continuously not only I just feel that there may be the conditions of a genocide or violent conflicts against Muslims. So time is crucial. Timing is crucial, and the actions has to be taken immediately. so that there would be no loss of life and dignity of Muslim people here. Thank you very much for listening me.
Thank you. And speak we must, uh, and that's so important. Having that space to be able to share, speak out, uh, mm, visibilize these issues, whether it is Muslims in Nepal or it is Dalits across the region, globally, Ahmadiyas in Indonesia or elsewhere, and sexual minorities, all kinds of minorities. I think just having that space, being able to participate, being able to raise our voices is so important. And I think we need to underline and also acknowledge, recognize the huge contribution made by, and I have to say this, by the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, the Forum on Minority Issues, and also supported by the Tom Lantos Institute. I mean, this opportunity is unmatched. There's nothing like this within the system for civil society to participate equally, raise these concerns, be seriously heard, be acknowledged, given our time, etc. So this is a huge contribution. My recommendation, my only lone recommendation would be to try to see how we can make these fora, both the regional fora as well as the global fora, more formal. How civil society contributions, inputs into the processes, the minority framework can be more formalized. Uh, mm, uh, uh, I think the fact that you provide us the special rapporteur this space is the first step, and let's work towards further formalizing that space, securing it, ensuring that this space is not taken away from us. Thank you very much. So let me try to conclude by expressing my deepest gratitude, especially to the panelists. I mean, so much insight, so much of your mind, your experience, your ideas. It's really been fascinating. It's been a great learning experience for me. Also, that we emerged with some very specific recommendations. So thank you very much, both Ms. Manjula Pradeep and Ms. Noor. Also to the participants, and we had several very good interventions, including some really specific and very clear recommendations from the floor. So really grateful to everyone who participated. Right, now that I think brings to an end this fourth session of the Asia Pacific Forum. Now the next session, sorry, just need to inform everybody that we're going to be taking an hour-long break. And the next session, which is the concluding session, which will be the presentation of recommendations, will commence at 12 noon Geneva time. So that's in about an hour's time. Yeah, exactly about an hour from now. Thank you. It's been such an honor, and to have had this conversation with everyone here. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye bye.
1, 2, 3. Test interactive floor. Please disregard. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, interactive test. Please disregard. Thank you.
What's the tattoo you have?
Oh, I have so many, but this is for Paris. Testing.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
I'll be speaking. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I could speak, I can project my voice a bit more.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Testing.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of this fourth Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, will introduce the list of recommendations. Following this, Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants. Participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should use the chat function to send their comment, referring to the specific recommendation number. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. These will then be made publicly available on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info following the regional forum. It is my pleasure to give the floor now to Dr. Fernand de Varenne to introduce the recommendations.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Distinguished participants, experts, and guests, welcome back, everyone. The end is near. During much of yesterday and today, you have the members of the Tom Lantos Institute who have been working in the background to assess, analyze, collate, some cases summarize, and change the wording or to solidify the wording, clarify the wording of the recommendations, which will be read out to you in the next hour. Now, it may be useful to clarify a couple of points here. The sources of these recommendations are, of course, you, experts, moderators, your suggestions and written submissions that were made prior and during this regional forum. The Tom Lantos Institute and the staff here in Budapest have collated all of the recommendations, and to reach the list of recommendations for this session, some were duplications. In the case of duplications, some were excluded, of course, but they were also clustered thematically, as you'll be seeing later on. Now, please remember and keep in mind that only those recommendations related to minority issues are retained, and specifically minority issues related to the theme of the anniversary, but also of reforming, rethinking, and reviewing the UN mechanism and architecture for the protection of the rights of minorities during this 30th anniversary. As Ana Maria has indicated, I, as Special Rapporteur, will have the ultimate say over the final set of recommendations. And they will also be available at the website of my mandate at the UN, and which will serve to feed into and be considered at the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, as you know, which will be held in Geneva on the 1st and 2nd of December this year. Now, there will be a final report, which will refer to all of the regional forum recommendations, which will be presented as part of my report to the UN Human Rights Council in March of 2023, March of next year in Geneva. And hopefully, the recommendations will assist in, well, really preparing an agenda for the future, where minority rights and protection are mainstreamed and more solidly institutionalized in the structures, offices, and activities of the United Nations in order to move forward to review, rethink, and reform. And I want to emphasize the dimension of the word reform. If anything, if there was a common thread in all of the discussions that we've had yesterday and today, is that there is a urgent need to move ahead with the protection of the rights of minorities, because in the last few years, this protection has seemed to go on the sidelines. It's no longer really reflected in a lot of the activities and focus and efforts of the United Nations, and this must change. The world cannot afford to step aside and not intervene when we've heard about hate speech increasing on social media, mainly disproportionately, overwhelmingly against minorities. The rise of conflicts and violence against minorities, and also the denial of their human rights in a large number of areas. And I'll be touching upon those themes, if you will, those areas later on when we close this regional forum. But with that, I will now give the floor to Ana Maria to introduce Marcus and the next steps in the process. Ana Maria, back to you.
Thank you, Fernand. Indeed, we have had 54 recommendations, a strong set of recommendations, which, as you just said, Fernand, hopefully will create an agenda for the future. And now I give the floor to Marcus, but before handing it over, I would like to remind participants that if they wish to comment on a specific recommendation, then they should do so in the chat, indicating the number of the recommendations they wish to submit a comment to. Thank you. Marcus, please.
Okay, thank you, Ana Maria. Before I begin presenting the recommendations, I just want to thank, on behalf of the recommendations team, everyone.
We can't hear you, Marcus.
Are you ready to go, Marcus?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we do.
So before I begin presenting the recommendations, I'm sorry, could you turn off the sound in the other room because there's a lot of... Yes. Okay, thank you. Before I begin presenting the recommendations, I just want to thank everyone that submitted proposals. The recommendations team did our best to capture all of your thoughts and present them in the final document. However, if you think that we are missing something or we didn't capture exactly what you wanted to say, please let us know by commenting in the chat. So with that said, I'm going to now share the recommendations document and begin presenting them. So hopefully it's now viewable by everyone. And I'll begin reading the recommendations. So the first block of recommendations were made under the first thematic session on the normative framework. So recommendation number 1, the minority question in Asia is intrinsically connected to the decolonization process and the creation of new post-colonial states. Thus, the special status of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities should be acknowledged and implemented in line with relevant existing international and national legal norms. Number 2, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities should be negotiated into a comprehensive, legally binding treaty on minority rights to strengthen the status of minority protection as a legitimate issue of international cooperation in a climate where there has been a regression in the international protection of minority rights and violations of minority rights are justified by states through reference to sovereignty and non-interference. Number 3, important gaps in the UNDM that pertain to the normative frameworks used in the UN must be recognized and addressed at all levels. This includes a deeper understanding of certain rights, including the right to self-determination for minority groups. Number 4, with the issue of refugees and immigrants gaining importance and simultaneously becoming more contentious, dialogue about possible responses to the problem of nationality and citizenship in international law are needed. Issues of multiple citizenship and categories of minorities need to be discussed. Number 5, the scope of international minority rights norms should be expanded to include caste-based groups such as Dalits. Relevant UN agencies, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, and the UN Minorities Fellowship Program should include this issue area within their activities. Number 6, the UN should develop a conceptual understanding of the term Islamophobia through advocacy and consensus building so that a new international norm on the prohibition of Islamophobia can develop. Number 7, minorities and indigenous peoples are the primary victims of the damaging impacts of environmental catastrophes emanating from the reckless exploitation of natural resources, often in areas where minorities live. Normative frameworks for minority protection should therefore engage with and build upon the legal architecture for climate justice. Number 8, rigorous legal norms must be devised on state responsibility and state accountability concerning economic development affecting the interests of minority groups. Number 9, a separate provision should be added to the UNDM to highlight the role of national human rights institutions in the protection and promotion of the rights of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Number 10, regional leaders should be engaged at a global conference to draw on the unique momentum provided by the urgency of addressing mass and systematic atrocities and violations of minority rights globally. This conference should discuss and pursue the establishment of a robust normative framework that has concrete synergies from the local level to the national, regional, and global mechanisms for protection and participation of minorities and accountability for minority rights violations, whether perpetrated by state or non-state actors. Number 11, constitutional recognition and protection of minority rights, identities, and cultures should be guaranteed to mitigate problems emanating from the hegemonic process of homogeneous nation building in majoritarian terms. Number 12, states should ratify all international conventions and endorse declarations relating to the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples, including the ILO Convention 169, the UNDM, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, and the optional protocols to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and adopt and implement the necessary measures to adequately respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples at the national, subnational, and local levels. Number 13, when necessary, states should draft new laws to ensure protections for minority groups and amend or repeal discriminatory laws and structures that formalize ethnic, religious, linguistic, and caste-based discrimination, prejudice and persecution, inequality, or exclusion. States should implement and build on the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, General Recommendation 29, on descent-based discrimination, which asks states to take steps to identify those descent-based communities under their jurisdiction who suffer from discrimination, especially on the basis of caste and analogous systems of inherited status. The next block of recommendations were made under the session on institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs. Number 14, UN agencies, including the OHCHR and UNDP, should mainstream minority rights into their work and should have offices and or carry out work in minority regions and should monitor violations of minority rights. These agencies should include minorities in their staff. Number 15, designated funding opportunities for minorities, for example, a UN voluntary fund for minorities, analogous to the UN Voluntary Fund for Indigenous Peoples, should be established with the financial support of states to help representatives of minority communities and organizations participate in global and regional review mechanisms and processes relevant to the protection of minority rights. International and regional organizations, including the UN, should create specific funds for programs in support of minority rights, including programs implemented at the local level and informed by recommendations made by international review mechanisms. Number 16, there should be better cooperation between different UN human rights monitoring mechanisms, including the UN Forum on Minority Issues and domestic courts, with the overall aim to bring accountability to the victims of human rights violations, including atrocity crimes. Number 17, in connection with the 30th anniversary of the UNDM, members of minorities and other relevant stakeholders should conduct a review of laws that impact minorities and their rights and examine the extent to which they further or hinder the realization of minority human rights. Number 18, the mandate of the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues should be expanded to include visits to regions where minorities are oppressed upon the invitation of the minority groups in question. Number 19, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues should maintain regular cooperation and dialogue with NHRIs on the rights of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Number 20, the UN should institutionalize the regional forums, and the Forum on Minority Issues should be complemented by a permanent forum at the ECOSOC level, such as the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, so that grassroots minority stakeholders can take ownership of this process and be involved in the development of minority rights. Number 21, even where special protections for minority rights or formal equality before the law exist, often these are not effectively implemented. Political opportunities to protest are often unsafe and unavailable. The UN should provide capacity building and technical assistance to minorities to report to relevant treaty bodies on violations of the human rights of minorities, including the right to peaceful assembly. The UN should issue separate guidelines to national human rights institutions that provide specific guidance on the protection and promotion of the human rights of minorities. Number 23, international financial institutions such as the World Bank should adopt and apply robust safeguards complying with international human rights standards protecting the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples. Number 24, international financial institutions and companies should include an assessment of the negative impact of business activities on human rights through human rights impact assessments, with particular attention given to human rights risks and impacts on minority groups and indigenous peoples. Number 25, businesses should ensure full compliance with minority rights protection in all operations and in their supply chains. To this end, the UN Global Compact and the UN Working Group and UN Forum on Business and Human Rights should integrate attention to minority rights in their monitoring and reporting activities. Number 26, a regional mechanism on human rights, including minority rights, should be established to serve as an intermediary between the UN and national or local level human rights mechanisms. Such a regional mechanism could engage with a wide range of existing relevant institutions to decide upon the norms and processes needed in the region for the specific protection of minorities. Number 27, in line with the UN Forum on Minority Issues, ASEAN should establish a minority forum to promote exchanges and cooperation among minorities in Southeast Asia and Pacific.
Marcus, let us stop for just a minute for you to have a little rest, and then we can.
And in fact, I'll take this opportunity just perhaps to make one response to one recommendation. Recommendation number 5, which refers to the scope of minority rights, that it should be expanded to include caste-based groups such as Dalits. Actually, that has already happened, at least in relation to my mandate, since in my 2020 report to the United Nations General Assembly on the scope of the different concepts of, or the different categories of minorities, national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. It is very clearly indicated that the scope of ethnic minorities includes caste-based groups such as Dalits. My report actually very clearly says that. So at least part of recommendation 5 has already been put in place. Just bring that.
Thank you, Fernand, for this very important clarification. It also points to the fact that international norms should be better known locally, and duty bearers, states do have a strong responsibility in making that happen. And now I go back to Mark.
Thank you. I'll now continue with number 28. States should respect the right to self-identification of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities as the basis of their policies of minority recognition and cease policies of assimilation. Number 29, states should recognize ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, including in constitutions, and incorporate respect for such diversity in law, policy, and in the practice of state institutions, in line with international standards enshrined in the UNDM. This should include provisions for religious pluralism and recognition of the linguistic rights of minorities. Number 30, states should ensure the right of religious minorities to practice and profess their own religion in accordance with Article 2.1 of the UNDM, including the right to pray and maintain places of worship. Number 31, states should ensure the practical implementation and application of minority rights, including by developing and regularly reviewing an action plan on minority rights with the effective participation of representatives of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Number 32, states should develop long-term comprehensive policies for combating negative stereotypes of and discrimination against minority individuals and groups, and promote intercultural understanding by, among other things, the teaching of the culture and history of minorities in the national curriculum. All students should be encouraged to learn the culture and language of minority communities to develop better understanding, peace, tolerance, and friendship among ethnic, national, and religious groups and persons of indigenous origin. The content of existing curricula, including textbooks, should be evaluated on the basis of clear standards on intercultural education, including adequate representation of minorities and with the effective participation of minorities. Number 33, states should end all reprisals, including assassination, enforced disappearances, defamation, prosecution, or intimidation against human rights and minority rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, and others working to promote and protect the human rights of minorities. States should ensure that anyone perpetrating such crimes against minorities are brought to justice. Number 34, states should ensure adequate access to justice for persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities to ensure that they can avail themselves of effective legal remedies whenever it is alleged that their rights are violated. Number 35, states should repeal or reform laws that disproportionately impact religious minorities, such as those on blasphemy, anti-conversion, counterterrorism, and sedition. These laws undermine the enjoyment of the right to freedom of religion or belief and on the ability to engage in a healthy dialogue about religion as required under Articles 18 and 27 of the ICCPR and the UN Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance and of Discrimination based on Religion or Belief. Number 36. States must develop and implement rigorous national policies and appropriate legal frameworks to discourage, condemn, and punish the widespread practice of forced religious conversion, which mainly affects women, particularly underage girls belonging to religious minorities, resulting in forced child marriages. Such legislation should ensure that those who commit such crimes are prosecuted. Number 37. States should develop effective mechanisms or strengthen existing mechanisms for identifying, responding to, and imposing sanctions for hate speech and incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence targeting ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities, including online and on social media platforms. States should ensure that law enforcement agencies refrain from engaging in hate speech, incitement to discrimination, hostility or violence, or hate crimes, and that any such instances are prosecuted and remedied. Number 38, states should effectively implement anti-caste-based discrimination laws and enact a zero tolerance policy in relation to caste-based discrimination and untouchability cases, and ensure impartial investigation, prosecution, and the right to a fair trial. Number 39, states should develop a comprehensive human rights education program on caste-based discrimination and untouchability for law enforcement agencies and public administrators. The final block of recommendations were made under the thematic session on participation. Number 40, building on Article 2.3 of the UNDM, dealing with the right to participate in decision-making processes, a more specific provision needs to be devised to ensure the meaningful participation of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in decision-making related to development in both individual and collective capacities. Number 41, the UN should mainstream the participation of minorities within treaty body mechanisms to model to state parties how such measures should work as a matter of substance and practice for meaningful engagement. Number 42, core metrics should be developed for the regular assessment and evaluation of the impact of substantive measures and procedures set up to enable minority participation at the national, regional, and global levels. For example, data collection could measure if minority issues have gained visibility as a result of participation, and whether anti-discrimination and vilification laws have been successfully used to address minority rights violations. Number 43. Country-specific legal frameworks should be developed to accommodate regional autonomy and other power-sharing arrangements to accommodate the interests and ensure the rights of minority groups, including alternative methods of representation such as consociationalism. Number 44, states should ensure the right of minorities to form civil and religious associations. Number 45, in devising minority protection norms or the implementation thereof, attention must be paid to intersectional perspectives and identities. Necessary measures should be taken to safeguard the individual human rights of minority group members, especially women. Number 46, states should ensure the effective representation of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities and caste-affected groups in state bodies at all levels, including the judiciary, administrative bodies, diplomatic missions, commissions, and political appointments. Number 47, states should ensure the effective participation of ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities and their representatives in the development, implementation, and monitoring of laws and policies affecting them, including special measures and in relation to issues affecting land rights and natural resources. Historic and present discrimination, marginalization, and socioeconomic inequality experienced by such groups, including minority women and youth, need to be addressed by these laws and policies. Number 48, with regard to the right of minorities to participate in economic life, states must provide the necessary conditions, including economic conditions, to ensure the right to an adequate standard of living for all. Number 49, states should ensure and promote fair employment practices relating to minorities, including minority women, so that direct or indirect discrimination against minorities in employment can be prevented. States should also initiate special measures under Article 1.4 of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination in relation to both minorities and minority women to redress structural and historical inequality. Number 50, in order to enhance the effective participation of minorities, states should provide capacity building activities to members of minorities who are represented in the parliament, judiciary, and public administration. Number 51, relevant stakeholders should provide education to minorities to raise awareness of their rights and to enable their participation and engagement across civil society and public institutions at the national, regional, and global levels to advance and represent their interests and needs in their own voice. Number 52, relevant stakeholders should implement capacity building activities among state leaders and government officials on how to incorporate minority-specific provisions for substantive participation in their territories and how to create conditions to enable such participation meaningfully. Number 53, relevant stakeholders should cultivate opportunities for cross-community dialogue to develop an understanding of the on-the-ground context of minorities and more importantly, minorities within minorities, as they sit at the intersections of multiple axes of disadvantage and minority identities, and how these affect their opportunities for participation. Among the worst off are women and children who suffer from indignities and repeated violations due to status, lack of power, patriarchy, and other value systems governing their position in society. Number 54. Despite wide-ranging commonalities in the way violations of minority rights lead to conflicts, each case is also informed by the unique political and economic histories of the relevant states. Thus, in dealing with minority issues, country-specific measures should be developed in collaboration with local stakeholders, including minorities, albeit within the broader international framework.
Thank you, Marcus, for presenting the recommendations. We now have the final list of recommendations from the 4th Asia-Pacific Regional Forum 22. Thank you again to everyone that has proposed recommendations and provided their input on the list. Following the closing session, the list will be finalized by the Special Rapporteur. Finally, I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Varenne for the last time for his concluding remarks.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Distinguished experts and participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, I will not try to summarize all of the extremely constructive and instructive insights, suggestions, and recommendations. I'd like to say a few things, though, about the content, the direction, and the importance of what has occurred yesterday and today. These regional forums are reserved really to give more opportunities, time and space, to hear your voices, your expertise at the regional level, something which is not usually available for minorities except on a very few limited occasions. So I still would like to make some general observations, in part in response to some of the observations that have been emanating from the panels and from yourselves yesterday and today. First, I think it's important to highlight a dimension which was there, but perhaps not always articulated very clearly. There is a general regression that is very noticeable, not only in Asia Pacific, but in other regions that we've heard in the first regional forum we had. There is a regression in terms of the recognition of the rights of minorities. There's even an increasing denial that certain groups can even claim to be minorities. And there is, it appears, a more and more restrictive interpretation of existing standards and human rights obligations that's leading to policies in a number of countries in the region and elsewhere, policies that limit and even eliminate education in minority languages and other important dimensions of a minority's identity. And we've heard quite a few comments in relation to religious minorities also. Secondly, because this has come up on a number of occasions here and elsewhere, there can be no peace without justice. And without this recognition, we cannot go forward. The exclusion of minorities, the weakening of their human rights, and the denial even of their, in some cases, of their existence, and of the importance of maintaining their identity needs to be addressed directly. This is clearly not happening sufficiently. Minorities, as we've heard a few times, minorities are often even aggressively being vilified, attacked in social media, and quite often, or at least in a number of countries, quite a few countries, they're being presented as disloyal or a threat to national unity or to society by populist or nationalist politicians. We need better protection in terms of the rights of minorities to be able to tackle these dimensions effectively. And I think this is some elements that we are seeing in a number of the recommendations that you have made. Thirdly, on a few occasions, there's been the mention that the human rights of minorities must be more fully developed, including in a new instrument, legal instrument, even a new treaty, but also that the rights of minorities need to be mainstreamed in the activities and the structures of the United Nations to help in the needed evolution, the needed for moving forward, in fact, in relation to better protecting the rights of minorities. And in this sense, there's quite often, I think, been the theme that the United Nations and governments must do more to recognize marginalized groups, specifically, especially minorities, and also the intersectional aspects within minorities and other areas, including the rights of minority women and children. Because these groups, communities and groups, are often vulnerable to the whims, prejudices, or biases of the majority, or at least those who are dominant, and therefore the essence of why we need human rights, in order to better recognize, protect, and implement the human rights of minorities, because what we have in place right now is insufficient. That clearly has come out quite often. So we need, as was also said, clearer standards and stronger approaches that accepts diversity, that embraces, in fact, diversity as a necessary value in just and inclusive societies. And that this refers to, therefore, to address specifically the challenges and the denial of the rights of minorities in a massive way in many parts of the world. And I noted, in fact, with a great deal of interest, the reference to the need for some kind of global forum of stakeholders, of minorities, so that they can actually have a platform, a forum where they as stakeholders can actually have a voice and a more visible presence. So there are too many more recommendations that could be mentioned, but I must say that your recommendations are quite impressive. They're not only in the numbers, but also in the content. And this is important, I think, for us to keep in mind that the recommendations that you made actually reflect your concerns in this region and not something that comes from the Western world. This is truly an Asia-Pacific Regional Forum. The recommendations come from you, the people from this region. Now, I just wanted to emphasize the importance of the recommendations. They serve two important purposes. First, your recommendations will raise visibility and awareness where we're failing in the real world, particularly in your region, and hopefully point to the way forward to encourage greater reflection, dialogue, and inclusiveness, and in fact, in the context of the Asia-Pacific region, prevent conflicts. It's quite clear that not only do you have a significant number of conflicts in Asia-Pacific that have a minority dimension, but this number actually has been increasing in recent years. Now, I don't wish to re-examine all of the valuable insights and issues that need to be addressed. The experts on the panels have already done that much more eloquently than I could. But these are some of the essential or central messages which I retained. The second element, I should say, in relation to the importance of the recommendations that you've issued, is that these issues will be moving forward, going to not only the UN Forum on Minority Issues, but also, in a sense, be presented to the United Nations Human Rights Council, and therefore, in themselves, have greater visibility and accessibility, if you will, in different parts of the world. Now for the next phase of this regional forum, and that is its closing. Distinguished experts and participants, ladies and gentlemen, first, congratulations and thank you. I start with congratulations because these have been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussions on difficult issues. We saw that particularly perhaps on the first day. And there are complex issues, but these 2 days have been a period of sharing of expertise and insights, and of course, drafting recommendations. They've been noted, and we'll continue working on them in light of your comments and suggestions, which we're actually still receiving. I must always say this because it's true. You've exceeded in many ways our hopes and expectations. We're still facing the challenges of the pandemic times and an online format, which is always a bit challenging. We're not able to communicate with a couple of participants. There were problems along those lines, which is unfortunate, hopefully in the future we'll be able to have hybrid or in-person regional forums. But still, I think the regional forum has been one of a very well organized and operating activity, event, with very few technical challenges. My compliments once again to the Tom Lantos Institute team, to the other team of technical assistants in the background whom we never see. They see us, and thank you, because you've been doing a great work. The caliber of the contributions of the expert panelists and the level of engagement from you, the participants, is very noticeable and always appreciated, as well also as the representative of others online here, which have been a very solid number. I think we have had about 150 or so registrations, which is a significant number, and hopefully we will in the future be building on that. So to all of you, for helping make this possible and moving forward so smoothly by respecting also the requested measures in terms of time and other procedures, which has allowed all of this to proceed efficiently. Once again, bravo and thank you. Let me say again, and perhaps elaborate a little bit more, that this is just one part of a process with many steps. That the recommendations will be worked on and be used at various stages, including being available for participants at the upcoming UN Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva. And hopefully this will also be the start of something. It will be the beginning also of a process to review, rethink, and reform what it seems everyone agrees is an unfinished story in order to fully recognize, to much better fully recognize, protect, and implement the human rights of minorities. As should be done also elsewhere around the world, the United Nations and national governments must not only pay lip service to the rights of minorities, but they need to focus their attention and efforts on those whose human rights are most at risk. As we have seen yesterday and today, these tend to be, in too many cases, minorities. Now, each region produces their own specific recommendations, and I'm told that a number of the ones that from this forum are unique. It's quite clearly unique to this region. And I want to emphasize this dimension. This is, in fact, one of the objectives of the regional forums. You have your own unique contexts and challenges, and including very complex mosaics in relation to your populations and even the colonial legacies. Obviously, the best way to identify and understand these complexities is to have you, the people in the region, to discuss and explore these complex issues, even though doing this online is always a challenge, obviously. So congratulations to all of you for your participation, your contributions, and especially your recommendations. And since I've used the magic word, congratulations, this is a tradition, let me continue with other deeply felt appreciation. First, the organization of this regional forum for Asia and the Pacific would not have been possible without the dedication, enthusiasm, and even sacrifice, some cases lack of sleep, of many people who have made this a reality. First, many regional partners and organizations which supported and contributed to the smooth operations and success of this event online and here in Budapest at the Tom Lantos Institute. Our thanks and gratitude, in particular, to our regional partner organizations, the Global Campus, the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies at Mahidol University in Thailand, the International Movement Against All Forms of Discrimination and Racism, the South Asia Collective, and Pusat Komas. If I've forgotten anyone, send me a nasty email so that I don't make this kind of mistake again. Secondly, we cannot neglect or we cannot fail to mention also the assistance, contributions and presence at various stages of some of the United Nations Minority Fellows, past and present. They've helped, for example, with the translation of quite a few documents in a large number of languages in the year. And I won't try to name all of the languages, but we had material in languages such as Uyghur, Turk, Kazakh rather, Mongolian, and quite a few other languages. And I'm sorry, I apologize for not remembering them. But it's important to do that. We also have interpretation in Malay. Using the different languages that are prevalent in the region means increased accessibility, opening the door to as much participation and reaching out perhaps more effectively to various minorities and other groups in the region. It's important. English is not necessarily the only language which would make these regional events accessible, and we try in every regional forum to include at least one or more languages to reflect the linguistic reality of that particular region. I also have to express my gratitude and appreciation to the indispensable advice of the consultation group on the regional forums, a group which helps us organize all of the regional events around the world, which we are holding every year. We are going to have 2 more this year. First one, I think the next one is going to be for Africa and the Middle East, followed by the Americas. So to all of those involved, merci beaucoup and terima kasih. My thanks also to the various officials and especially the people from various minority organizations, particularly those who have given voice and space for minority communities who may not often be seen or heard at the international level. To the moderators of the panels of this regional forum, you've done a great job. Thank you so much. If it weren't for the devotion, the availability of Gerald, and the very capable hands of Gerald, Ayako, Sri Prapa, and Sajjad, these regional forums would not be a success. So congratulations to the 4 of you for a job well done with guiding your panels yesterday and today. I would say with great tact, sensitivity, and efficiency. To all of the panelists who, in addition to sharing their experience and expertise, also have enriched the content of the recommendations emanating from this forum by providing also their own insights and wisdom to us, sometimes even in advance. Many thanks again, because you've made suggestions reflective of the region, which it might not have been otherwise possible to appreciate or identify. It's also possible some of you will be contacted again and invited to contribute further this year or the next, since there is a possibility that these regional forums will be part of the longer process of consultations and efforts leading up to the UN Forum in Geneva in December. It's also possible, or it's also my hope, that we will be holding other activities and events, not only to mark the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, but also hopefully to begin a movement to fill and update and integrate the rights of minorities more in the work of the United Nations and other international organizations, and to continue the work which began 30 years ago and is far from completely or sufficiently developed to improve the protection of minorities and their human rights. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I'm impressed about the suggestion of a global forum, because I think there is a gap that we haven't really reflected upon, where the minority groups can create a platform and network to engage directly with the United Nations and other international organizations. That simply does not exist. And this may be, in fact, the first time this concept has been brought up. And I actually see a great deal of potential in this area. So whoever you are who proposed that recommendation, chapeau, as we say in French. I think there's a great deal of possibilities there. So to the members of the OHCHR office in Geneva also who have been assisting, and also to the Tom Lantos Institute team and staff who are here. I always get worried I'm going to forget anyone, but I'm going to name you, and if I forget anyone, you can flagellate me later. So to Evelyn, Marcus, Nikki, Sean, and anyone else that I might have forgotten, thank you for all of your continued work and dedication since 2019, believe it or not. Once again, my hat and gratitude to you, since without you, there would be no regional forums. And then finally, last but never least, It is especially to you, Ana Maria, the director of the Tom Lantos Institute, who previous year in 2018 bravely volunteered to support my mandate in this regional approach for minority issues. It's her vision and leadership, really, which has led to 4 years of widely successful and recognized regional forums. You're welcome. Good to know. Lastly, finally, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank all of you who have been part of this process, the participants, the panelists, the experts, the state officials who are at the very heart of all of these regional forums, and with whom we will be able, I hope, to continue working together towards a common shared goal of better understanding, respecting, and implementing the human rights of minorities, especially in order to, review, rethink, and reform what started 30 years ago, but now must be adapted to very different and even difficult times for human rights and the rights of minorities. Your and minority rights defenders and activists' perseverance and efforts do have an impact in the environment. And some of the situations of minorities in some parts of the world may seem hopeless at some points, but nothing will progress unless these efforts continue, despite the odds and a rather hostile context, I think we have to admit. But still, it is through never-ending efforts and commitments that something eventually changes. So the 1990s showed us that changes are possible. 30 years ago, we actually did adopt the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Minorities. So we do have more tools. There's not only that, there is the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on minority issues. There are other institutions or mechanisms that are created. So as incomplete or as imperfect as they may seem, we do have tools to work with, and the process must never be seen as completed. It is unfinished, and now is the time to improve on what is already in place and to continue the needed changes of some of the noble-sounding promises and commitments that were made 30 years ago. And it's time, at this critical point in the anniversary of the Declaration, to turn them into more effective measures and mechanisms to try to ensure that they become reality by focusing on implementation. So this is the vision and courage needed in 2022 to mark this 30th anniversary and to look forward or to look towards the future and how to improve on the full recognition and protection of all human rights, including the human rights of minorities, and putting these noble principles into practice. Thank you. Merci. Terima kasih. Shukran. Xie. Until we meet again, in order to continue the unfinished business of respect, dignity, and equality for all, which are the core principles behind the global human rights architecture and mechanisms, as incomplete or insufficient they may still be at this particular time in the future. And let's work towards an agenda for the future. Goodbye, everyone. Stay safe and stay healthy.